This House a message from the Senate on its rejection of the National Assembly amendments to the Startup Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022. The Senate also remitted the bill to a mediation committee in accordance with Article 112 2B of the Constitution. Honorable members, Article 113 of the Constitution requires that whenever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall each appoint an equal number of members from both houses to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by both houses. In this regard, honorable members, having consulted with the leaders of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, I have appointed members to represent the National Assembly in the mediation committees to consider the said bills. With respect to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, I have appointed the following members: the Honorable Peter Lochakapong, CBS MP, the Honorable Mary Mas MP, the Honorable Pamela Njoki MP, the Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga MP, the Honorable Kenneth Kazungu MP, the Honorable Umulkhair Kazim MP, the Honorable Anton Olwoch MP, the Honorable Catherine Omanyo MP, and the Honorable Dr. Joyce Bensouda MP. With respect to the Startup Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, I have appointed the following members: the Honorable Marian Kaitanya MP, the Honorable Robert Gishim MP, the Honorable Adams Kipsanai MP, the Honorable Michael Wambuke MP, the Honorable Beatrice Adagal MP, the Honorable Amos Mwango MP, the Honorable Dr. Wilbur Force Oundo MP, the Honorable Joyce Kamena MP, and the Honorable Wario Guyo MP. Honorable members, the aforementioned members will await the appointment of senators for the committees to be fully constituted. Once I've received a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll report the same to the House. Thereafter, the mediation committees will embark on an attempt to develop a mediated version of the two bills in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. While standing, honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation of staff of the Budget Department of the Parliament of Ghana. I wish to welcome 4 members of staff from the Human Resource Department of the Parliament of Ghana. The 3 officers are on a visit to the National Assembly to share experiences with our Human Resource Department. They are welcome to the House of Parliament and to observe our proceedings this afternoon. Next. Members of the bar, take the nearest seats.
Order number 3, messages.
And members, we have a supplementary order paper that will guide our proceedings this afternoon. Members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seats. Chen, if you intend to sit, take a seat. Thank you. Honorable members have several messages to deliver at the House. The first is a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of persons for appointment to foreign service. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President seeking approval of persons nominated for appointment to foreign services. Honorable members, in this message, His Excellency the President conveys that in accordance with powers conferred to him by the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution as read together with sections 22 and 22(2)(a) of the Foreign Service Act Cap 185(e), he has appointed 9 persons for appointment as High Commissioner, Ambassadors, and Consuls General, as hereunder. Number 1, High Commissioner, Honorable Florence Chepngetich Bore to Windhoek, Namibia. As ambassadors, 1, Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Mushiri to Ankara, Turkey. Ambassador Lucy Kirudhu to Bangkok, Thailand. Mr. Henry Wambuma to Bujumbura, Burundi. Mr. Abdul Rashid Salat Abdile to Jakarta, Indonesia. Ambassador Joseph Musyoka Masila to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ambassador Edwin Afande to Vienna, Austria. As Consuls General, Ms. Jane Jepkorir Toroitich. Order. Order. Ms. Jane Jepkorir Toroitich to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and Ms. Judy Kiaria Ngumiri to Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. Honorable members, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President together with the certificate of presidential nominations, CVs, and other testimonials to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations for consideration. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, provides that unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such a nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report within 28 days. To this end, the committee should notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing, and thereafter table its report soonest to enable the House to consider the matter within the set statutory timelines. Members at the bar, take the nearest seat. I still have a few communications to make. Take the nearest seats. Wamboka, what is your idea of nearest? Thank you, honorable members. The second message is also from His Excellency the President on nomination of persons for appointment as registrar and assistant registrar of political parties. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of persons for appointment as a registrar and assistant registrar of political parties. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of the powers conferred to him by the provisions of Section 34A and the 6th Schedule to the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, as read together with Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, he has nominated Mr. John Cox Lorionoku and Ms. Agatha Wanjiku Wahome to the positions of Registrar of Political Parties and Assistant Registrar of Political Parties, respectively, and now seeks their approval for appointment by the House. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such a nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President together with the CVs and other testimonials of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. Honorable members, paragraph 6 of the 6th Schedule to the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, provides that the National Assembly shall within 21 days of the receipt of the names of the nominees consider the nominees and approve or reject the nominations. In this regard, the committee is expected to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter table its report for consideration by the House. Honorable members, noting that the House is scheduled to commence its long recess from tomorrow, Wednesday, 20th August 2025, the committee will be required to table its report when the House next sits. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Member for Pokot, take the nearest seat. Those still on their feet, freeze where you are. Honorable members, next message is from His Excellency the President, a referral by His Excellency the President of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the referral of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023. Honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that pursuant to the provisions of Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution, he has considered the bill and referred it back to the National Assembly for reconsideration, expressing reservations on the bill. In the presidential memorandum, His Excellency the President has expressed reservations on Clause 2 of the bill. Further, His Excellency the President has proposed to amend the said clause and also introduce a new provision. His Excellency now requests the House to reconsider the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 115 of the Constitution. Honorable members, you may recall that this House passed the bill on 18th June 2025, following which I presented the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. This House is therefore required to consider the President's reservation to the specified clause. Standing Order 154.2 requires the House to consider the President's reservations within 21 days upon receipt of the memorandum. In this regard, the Presidential Memorandum stands committed to the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife for consideration. The committee should prioritize the consideration of the President's reservation on the bill and table its report soonest to allow the House to conclude the reservations within their timelines. Honorable members, I hasten to guide that the House, in consideration of the President's reservations with the bill by the committee, the House will undertake in accordance with the provisions of Article 115 of the Constitution. Further, the guidance contained in the Speaker's communication of 28th July 2025 relating the consideration of the President's reservation to a bill and amendments thereto will apply as shall be necessary. Honorable members, I now direct the clerk to circulate the memorandum of His Excellency the President to all members so that they familiarize themselves with the contents therein and the House is accordingly informed. The next members at the bar, take the nearest seats. The next, honorable members, is a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of a person for appointment as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of a person for appointment as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of the powers conferred by Article 252(b) of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act Cap 71, as read together with Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, he has nominated Ms. Clarice Awor Onganga for appointment as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. His Excellency the President now therefore seeks the approval of the House. Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 12th August 2025, I notified the House about the withdrawal by notice in writing to the clerk of Dr. Duncan Obur Ojwang, the nominee who had been nominated for appointment to that position. Consequently, pursuant to the provision of Section 610 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, the candidate's nomination lapsed. The nomination of Ms. Clarice Awor Onganga is therefore consequent upon that withdrawal. In view of this, honorable members, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President together with the CV and the report of the selection panel and other testimonials of the nominee to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration in line with Standing Order 45. Honorable members, whereas Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, requires the House to make a decision on the nomination within 28 days, Section 11(7) of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Cap 71, provides for a lesser period being 21 days. In this regard, honorable members, the committee is expected to undertake the approval hearings and submit a report within the timelines provided for in the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Cap 71, that is 21 days. To this end, the committee should notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing, and thereafter table its report soonest to enable the House to consider the matter within the set statutory timelines. I thank you. Members, the last is a message from the Senate on the passage of 5 Senate bills. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41(4), I wish to report to the House that I have received 5 messages from the Senate regarding its consideration of 5 Senate bills. Honorable members, the messages convey that on Thursday, 7th August 2025, the Senate considered and passed the following bills with amendments. 1, the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023, which seeks to provide a legal framework for the recognition, protection, and regulation of street vending. 2, the Local Content Bill, Senate Bill number 50 of 2023, which seeks to facilitate the local ownership, control, and financing of activities connected with the exploitation of gas, oil, and other petroleum resources, and to provide a framework to increase the local value capture along the value chain in the exploration of gas, oil, and other petroleum resources. 3, the Early Childhood Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 54 of 2023, which seeks to amend the Early Childhood Education Act. Additionally, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 162 of the Senate Standing Orders, Senator Eddie Okech, MP, the sponsor of the bill, has designated the Honorable Naisula Lesuda, MP, member for Samburu West constituency, as the co-sponsor of the bill in the National Assembly. And 4, the Creative Economy Support Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2024, which seeks to establish mechanisms for the support of the creative industry to the economy and to establish the Creatives Fund. Additionally, in accordance with Standing Order 162.2 of the Senate Standing Orders, Senator Eddie Okech, MP, the sponsor of the bill, has designated Honorable Irene Mayaka, MP, nominated member, as the co-sponsor of the bill in the National Assembly. In addition, honorable members, the message conveys that on Thursday, 7th August 2025, the Senate considered and passed the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024 without amendments. The bill seeks to amend various statutes so as to create a conducive environment for doing business. In this regard, you'll note that standing orders require the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message to the House. In view of this, and noting that the House will proceed on recess at the rise of today's sitting, I direct the clerk to schedule the 5 Senate bills in the order paper for first reading when the House resumes. Honorable members, inasmuch as I have directed the bills to be read a first time, close attention should be paid to the Creative Economy Support Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2024, in line with the provisions of Article 94(5) and 114 of the Constitution on the introduction of money bills and the consideration of money bills, respectively. The relevant committees therefore urge to take note of the constitutional provisions while considering the bill. Thereafter, the bills will stand committed to the following committees for consideration. 1, the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihoods Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The Local Content Bill, Senate Bill number 50 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Energy. The Early Childhood Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 54 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Education, and the Creative Economy Support Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2024, and the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The committees to which the bills have been referred are encouraged to prioritize their consideration and submit their reports as soon as is practicable to enable the House to proceed with the necessary next steps on the bills. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, August 19th, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. 1, draft legal notice relating to the crops, fiber crops and crop fibers regulations 2025 from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. And 2, quarterly economic and budgetary review report, 4th quarter for the financial year 2024-2025 for the period ending 30th June 2025 from the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Owen. Next order. Yes. Where they put under order 5. Yes. Oh, yeah. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Other members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker, I beg to read the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 19th August 2025. Report on the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on this consideration of the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 3, Bill National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 19th August 2025. Report of Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 04 of 2025 on the enforcement of compliance with mandatory use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, EGPS, by all public procuring entities in contravention of Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, Cap 412C. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 19th of August 2025. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its consideration of 1, the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, then the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023, and the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2023. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority circular on the enforcement of compliance with mandatory use of electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities in contravention of Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, CAF 112C, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 19th August 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, CAP 2, this House annuls in its entirety the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority circular in the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, circular number 04 of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. How do you expect your speaker to put a question on a notice of motion? Honorable members, I know that is with a light touch. As we go to order, members, as we go to order number 7, I want to direct as follows in rearranging our order paper. The Honorable Murugara, Chair of Delegated Legislation, Jailak Sore, is as requested to make a statement in relation to some issues that you discussed yesterday. Order. Order. After I allowed the Honorable Murugara to make his statement, the Honorable Wandeto approached me and wanted to move a motion of adjournment, but looking at the content of the motion and the statement of Murugara, they looked tautologous. So I have advised Honorable Wandeto that he will join on to Honorable Murugara's statement, and once Honorable Murugara makes his statement, I'll allow the House to ventilate on the same. I'll give you the necessary time. In my reflection, 1.5 hours will do. Order. 1.5 hours will do. So we'll proceed as follows. We'll dispose of order number 8, dispose of order number 9, which is very simple and direct, dispose of order number 10 being first reading. When we finish with the statements, we will dispose of order 12 before we go to committee at order number 11. I hope we are clear with that. Thank you. So, clerk, go to orders number 8, 9, and 10 on the supplementary order paper.
Order number 8, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2024, second reading and question to be put.
Honorable members, order. I'll now put the question at order number 8, that the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2024 be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, Cap 79C, and for connected purposes. Order number
Before
9.
you go to order number 9, members, allow me to acknowledge the following in the Speaker's Gallery: Joel Amimo School from Kisumu Central, Kisumu; Kipkeino Junior School from Tarbo, Uasin Gishu. In the public gallery, members, you should welcome these children to the House of Parliament. In the public gallery, we have Hale Mariting School from Jomvu, Mombasa; Athi Kamunyuni School from Kibwezi East, Makueni; and Kaptebeswet Secondary School from Aina Moi, Kericho. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 9, motion, alteration of the calendar of the House.
Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of 13 February 2025 and 7 August 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28.4 on calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter its calendar. 1, so as to commence a long recess on Wednesday, 20th August 2025, that is tomorrow, and end it on Monday, 22nd September 2025. And 2, to resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, to commence the third part of the session. Honorable Speaker, this is a simple procedural motion, not a procedural motion, but a motion to alter the calendar. As members are aware, we were to proceed on our recess at the end of last week, but we extended the sittings to this week. And Honorable Speaker, we will need to recover the time for the recess, this being a short working recess, and therefore we are just extending the recess by a further 1 week. Instead of resuming on the 15th of September, we now resume on the on the 16th of September, we resume on the 23rd of September. And with that, I beg to move and request the Leader of Minority, who is also a member of the House Business Committee, where this matter was deliberated, to second.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of 13th February 2025 and 7th August 2025, and pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 28.4 calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter its calendar. 1, so as to commence the long recess on Wednesday, 20th August 2025, and end it on Monday, 22nd September 2025. And 2, resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, to commence the third part of the session. We put the question. I now put the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of 13th February 2025 and 7th August 2025, and pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 28.4 calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter the calendar so as to commence the long recess on Wednesday, 20th August 2025, and end it on Monday, 22nd September 2025, and resume the regular sittings on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, to commence the third part of the session. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, the Advocates Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Advocates Act. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Let me start with Dan Wanyama. Dan Wanyama is making a statement in relation to the ongoing Chan football tournament. Anybody who wants to joyride on that, you can join that fray in the Murugara statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to make a statement on the co-hosting of the African Nations Championship, Chan 2024, and the performance of Harambee Stars. Honorable Speaker, I rise to make a statement on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on two matters of national importance. Firstly, the successes of Kenya's co-hosting of African Nations Championship, Chan 2024, thus far, and secondly, the remarkable achievement of our national football team, Harambee Stars, in reaching the quarterfinals of the said tournament. Honorable Speaker, as this House may be aware, Kenya, together with Uganda and Tanzania, were granted the prestigious opportunity on co-hosting the 2024 edition of the African Nations Championship, CHAN, by the Confederation of African Football, CAF. This tournament presents an important platform, not only to showcase our sporting talent, but also to demonstrate our ability to host continental events of this magnitude. The Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports ensured that the stadiums met the international standards required to host a tournament of this magnitude, and that this is a great development of our sporting infrastructure. The Committee on Sports also performed its oversight role by engaging the ministry from as far back as 2023 on the status of Kenya's preparedness to host this great tournament. Honorable Speaker, despite our success in co-hosting the tournament, we have indeed suffered a few setbacks. The House will recall that on 10th August at Kasarani Stadium, challenges of crowd control and the ticketing breakdown posed a serious threat to the tournament. The situation resulted in sanctions imposed by Confederation of African Football, that's CAF, guided the advice from the committee to the local organizing committee, that is LOC, and the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Innovative fan zones were introduced outside the stadium to absorb excess crowds, while government enhanced security measures within and around the venues. This initiative has been highly successful in congesting Kasarani, safeguarding funds, and ensuring compliance with CAF standards, thereby averting additional sanctions and enhancing Kenya's reputation as a capable host. The committee will continue to work with the ministry to ensure that the remaining matches are held in strict compliance with the standards required by the Confederation. Honorable Speaker, permit me to now talk about the performance of national football team, the Harambee Stars. The national team has shown commendable spirit, discipline, and determination. This House will recall that Harambee Stars defeated the Democratic Republic of Congo, overpowered Morocco, held Angola to a draw, and most recently outclassed Zambia. This has resulted in Harambee Stars emerging as the group leaders with 10 points, thereby earning their place in the quarterfinals against Madagascar. The quarterfinals game is scheduled for Friday, 22nd against August at 5 p.m. at Kasarani Stadium. It is worth mentioning that the great work that national coach Benny McCarthy is putting in with his team We commend him for the tactical skills that continues to impact to the national team. And we believe that he has what it takes to steer the team to victory through the quarters, semi-finals, and eventually the finals. Honorable Speaker, indeed, talent is not the challenge in Kenya across sporting disciplines. We have an abundance of talent. Beyond planning, this administration is determined to actualize the Talanda Hela initiative. The committee will continue to work with the Ministry of Sports and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that any legislative interventions necessary to actualize this great initiative will be undertaken by this honorable House. With the stadium renovations and the building of Talanda Stadium and the sports academies being constructed across the nation, the future is bright and the strategic direction shall bear fruit very soon. Indeed, we have demonstrated our ability to host international tournaments, and the infrastructure shall be available long after Chad. We can start aspiring for the Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, and for other sporting events as well. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President, for motivation that he has accorded to the national football team. The actions by His Excellency, the President, to reward the players is a great testament to the need to monetize talent, which is a key pillar of the Talent Hela initiative. This will go a long way in motivating players to be the best that they can be, and will also ensure that they give the results of their hard work and in discipline. Honorable Speaker, I'm indeed grateful for the continued support of your office and the Office of the Clerk in facilitating the Committee on Sports and Culture to execute its oversight mandate on matter sports within the country. Indeed, the committee has traveled to various parts of this country to conduct inspection visits over the renovations and construction of stadia. Further, the committee has held several engagements with the Football Kenya Federation and other stakeholders to deliberate on the future of sports in this country. We have set the standards as high as we could. It can only get better with the more cooperation within federations, with government, with partners, and the sports persons who are most integral in the grand scheme of things. Honorable Speaker, the committee wishes to thank all honorable members and all Kenyans who have come out to support Harambee Stars and sports in general. I also extend gratitude on behalf of all the teams and sports persons who continue to fly our flag and make our anthem to be played in international podiums. We shall continue the journey and mark the milestone. Kenya stands at a pivotal moment in the football journey. Co-hosting CHAN 2024 is not just a sporting event. It is a national project that carries economic, diplomatic, and cultural significance. The Harambee Stars, as our ambassadors, deserve our unwavering support. As I conclude, allow me to commend the Malkia Stars Under-20 team that won the African Under-20 Championship in Cameroon by beating the host nation 3-1. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I've been requested to give an opportunity to Honorable Otienda Mola as the captain of the Bunge football team to complement that statement. Honorable Otienda Mola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank Honorable Dan Wanyama and the Sports Committee. On behalf of the Bunge football team, a couple of whose members are here, I see Jack Wanami, Kaikai, Maungu, Mogaka, and a host. Oh, yes, and Yesu himself. Well, that's a different team. I was talking about the male one because you. Anyway, I have a very short time, so let me finish this. I want to congratulate the Harambee Stars because even the Harambee Stars comprises only of men. So there's the women's football and men's football, and it's not discriminating. It's just that there's each with their own line. Mr. Speaker, I am happier to give these congratulations, unlike matters I will be speaking to later that have brought me much sadness. But on this, I am very happy to congratulate first the players. Secondly, the technical team. Thirdly, the federation itself. Number 4, the Kenyans themselves. And not just Kenyans, East Africans. Number 5, the president, but also ourselves. I will explain. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the members. Many do not know that when Harambee Stars were preparing in their final 2 and 3 days, we as Bunge FC mobilized ourselves to just go and encourage them where they were training at the Police Circle Stadium. And you'd be surprised how encouraged the boys were, some of them from some constituencies that we come in, some from elsewhere, and they were just happy to shake hands, to play around with the ball, and we hope that that was helpful. Many also do not know that this idea of giving a token to the boys started with this August house. We were able to raise 1 million shillings, and we took to the boys as we were training with them. People might think this is small money, but if you remember, these are boys who play locally, non-internationally. Those encouragements are very good. So the president was riding on our back when he upped it to 1 million, now to 2 million, and elsewhere. We set the pace. But lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want us to be conscious of the fact that we are co-hosting. It's not just Kenya. Tanzania is co-hosting, Uganda is co-hosting, and the good news is that each of our countries have qualified for the quarters. And that is unprecedented. So let us encourage ourselves as East African. If we meet against each other, we play like East Africans. We do not play with any annoyance. Yesterday when we watched the thrilling game between Uganda and South Africa, those who love football will agree that's one of the most tantalizing games you'll ever see, where 6 minutes means a lot. I just want to encourage Kenyans to continue supporting the Stars. Continue, if you have the ticket, to come to the to the stadium. If unfortunately you don't have the ticket, go to any of the visual points that have been set up, or watch it at home. Thank you. Go the Stars.
Thank you, honorable members. Those who never watch football, yesterday, 6 minutes to time, Uganda was down 3-1 against South Africa. And in 6 minutes, they rallied their strength and scored twice to draw and qualify. Honorable members, this CHAN has reignited our spirit of football. Those who watched football in the early years can remember the phenomenal team of Mohamed Abbas, Hussein Harry, John Bobby Okola, Josephat Murila, Ambrose Ayoyi, Wilberforce Mulamba, JJ Masiga, Onyango Jogo, and many others who made this country proud. Will you? Who? Lelmengit, you are too young to remember those good old days. So, honorable members, you may do your foot thumping to support Harambee Stars for their next encounter. Of course, The minority leader is reminding me rather joyfully that Arsenal beat Man U. Yes, Millie. Yes, Millie. Millie, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Man U fan, I cannot be in this house when the minority leader is trying to cast aspersions on the great team. When we sympathize with the small teams like Arsenal that my husband supports, small teams, those are useless teams. But Mr. Speaker, I hope my husband is not watching this one.
Order, honorable members. Order. Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, if you watch the game between Arsenal and Man U on Sunday, you can only pity them because, Mr. Speaker, Man U was playing like Rosinga Island Football Club.
Order, honorable members, we'll leave it there. Yes, Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on that list which you have just mentioned,
yes.
In 1987, Honorable Speaker, the captain, Austin Oduor, helped to take the cup for Kenya, Honorable Speaker. So you
Yes.
cannot mention without listing.
I didn't mention all of them, but I know all of them. It was fantastic. Honorable members, can we leave football there? Yes, Farah. I have never known you to watch football.
Mr. Speaker, this is an august house. This is a house of leaders. The young boys and girls this side and this side in the nation are watching us. Instead of celebrating our own, why do you have to celebrate a team somewhere else in the farthest part of the world?
Farah, you are out of order. Order. You are out of order.
Showing a bad example.
Order, Farah. Order, Honorable Farah. Order.
We are doomed with this.
Honorable Farah, you are out of order. In fact, Arsenal is Arsenal because of our African boys like Nwango Kanu, Ebue,
Why don't they come here?
and many others. Yes, Saka, right now, Bukayo Saka. So you're out of order. Honorable members, let's go to, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery, Gakuru Primary School from Taraka, Tarakanithi, and Sally Ann School from Bureti, Kericho. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Let's go now to Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are just from a light moment, but this is not very light now, as it touches on very serious matters that are before the House. Honorable Speaker, this is a statement on allegations of inducement in the consideration and passage of a bill. Honorable Speaker, this statement is made on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and its members with regard to statements made during the joint Kenya Kwanza ODM Parliamentary Group meeting held yesterday, 18th August 2025, that was presided over by His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. At the meeting, a statement was made to the effect that the consideration and passage of the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill 2025 was influenced by a Kenya shillings 10 million inducement collected by a member of parliament or members of parliament allegedly on behalf of members of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill 2025 was a bill sponsored by the leader of majority party. It was read for the first time in the House on the 4th of March 2025, and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration and reporting to the House. The committee duly conducted public participation, considered the bill, and tabled a report in the House to inform the House's second reading of the bill. The bill sought to amend 10 acts of Parliament to address technical compliance deficiencies identified by the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, the Financial Action Task Force, in Kenya's regime on anti-money laundering, combating of terrorism, financing, and the combating of proliferation of financing. The record of the House reflects that after exhaustive debate, the bill and the amendments proposed by the committee were wholly supported, leading to its passage on Wednesday, 16th April 2025, with amendments. Following its referral by the President with reservations on the term of the office of the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center, the bill was passed by the National Assembly on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, with amendments fully accommodating the President's reservations. On behalf of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, I wish to categorically state that the committee did not solicit and did not receive any inducement of any kind whatsoever from any member or quarter in its consideration of the anti-money laundering and the combating of terrorism financing laws, Bill 2025, as alleged or at all. The Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and its members are fully cognizant of the principles of leadership, ethics, and integrity which bind the members of Parliament. The committee and the members condemn and abhor corruption and any practice that is likely to erode these principles that are the substratum of the public trust that the people of Kenya have entrusted on this institution of the House of Parliament. Having deliberated over the matter and considering that the bill in question was a government bill whose contents were supported by the House, the committee poses the following 4 questions. Number 1, which member or members of the National Assembly solicited and or received the said Kenya shillings 10 million on the, or any other inducement in relation to the consideration and the passage of the bill? Number 2, who gave the alleged inducement? Number 3, what was the purpose of the inducement? And number 4, have the allegations been reported to the relevant law enforcement agencies? The committee notes that any inducement with respect to the bill could only have been given by to persons opposed to the strengthening of the laws against anti-money laundering, terrorism, financing, and related offenses. Only a person or entity that engages in corrupt practices, or wash, as is popularly known, could have opposed the passage of the bill. The fact that the committee recommended the passage of the bill and ensured its enactment into an act of Parliament that is now in force speaks for itself. For avoidance of doubt, the position of the committee and its members is that if any member of the National Assembly or any other individual solicited and or received any inducement with respect to the consideration and passage of the bill as alleged, the member or individual is a criminal. Such a person ought to be investigated by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission or the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, or even the committee of this House charged with the responsibility on such matters, prosecuted, and if found culpable to face the force of the law to the fullest. Such conduct has no place in the discharge of the mandate of the National Assembly and in the society of Kenya as a whole. The committee urges any person with information against any member of the National Assembly or any other individual with respect to the allegations to submit the information to the Parliamentary Powers and the Privileges Committee, which has always risen to the occasion and has jealously protected the integrity of the House and the members. Needless to add that the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is one of the busiest committees in this House. It is only rivaled by the Finance Committee. These two being the busiest have always and will always resist any temptation, any advances that are made to induce the committees with the finances or any other form of material inducement, because the dignity of this House must be maintained at all times. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay my statement. Thank you very much. Before I sit, Honorable Speaker, before I sit, allow me kindly to read one article from the Constitution. This is extremely important, and members to listen because you'll be commenting on this. This is Article 96 of our Constitution. It is on the role of the Senate in the Republic of Kenya. Number one, the role of the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. Number two, the Senate participates in the lawmaking function of Parliament by considering, debating, and approving bills concerning counties as provided by Articles 109 to 113 of the Constitution. The most important is at sub-Article 3. The Senate determines the allocation of national revenue amongst counties as provided in Article 217 and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. So, emphasis is on sub-Article 3 on oversight. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Member Morugara. I promise to give Honorable Wandeto. Is he in the House? Honorable Wandeto, on the basis that he had a motion of adjournment, which was to talk us to the statement by Honorable Morugara, and I discussed with him and told him I'll give him the first shot. Members, you must also remember the provisions of Standing Order 87 on matters of contents of speech, so take into account that. Wandeto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you have correctly said, I had brought before you a motion of adjournment to debate this otherwise very serious.
As Wandeto takes the floor, how much time can I give everybody? 5 is... I have 1.5 hours for this. Can we do 3 minutes? With your leaders taking 5. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like you have said, I had brought a petition to you. Mr. Speaker, you need to protect me.
Yes, give Wandeto an opportunity. Wandeto, you have 3 minutes to compose your...
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by saying that this House, the House of Parliament, is a temple of democracy in this country. This is where the will of the people is exercised in accordance with Article 95 of our Constitution. And so whenever there are allegations of the nature that has been made in the last 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of grave national concern, and that is why you have done the right thing to stop all other business of the House to ensure that members are able to ventilate into the otherwise very serious allegations that have been brought against this House. Mr. Speaker, I am very committed to the principles in the Constitution of integrity, transparency, and good governance. And Mr. Speaker, what we have seen the last 2 weeks is worrying. It started, I think, 2 weeks ago with an allegation by a senior member of the executive that there is indeed allegations of bribery within Parliament. I was at the devolution conference last week in Homa Bay, and none other than His Excellency repeated the same. The following day, the Prime Minister repeated the same, that there is a lot of bribery and corruption going on in this House. Mr. Speaker, to take you back to the events of 2024, these members of Parliament were nearly killed in this House as they defended democracy and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, after that, there were some allegations that money had changed hands. I think there was a figure of 2 million that time. And members, some of them even lost their property. Their houses were burnt. Others lost livestock and other things. So, Mr. Speaker, an allegation of bribery against a member, especially the figures that are being touted, even makes it, we feel endangered as you walk the streets. People, first of all, imagine you are some 10 million or some 150 million, and others possibly think you are the worst enemy of the people. Mr. Speaker, you know we have been called MPs. We have been called all manner of names. So as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you, as the leader of this House, to do whatever it can, Mr. Speaker, to defend the integrity of this House. And Mr. Speaker, we must, first of all, and if you allow me, since I had a substantive motion, Mr. Speaker, add me only 2 minutes so that I finish. Mr. Speaker, it is important that you lead us to restore the dignity of this House. And there are certain things that we must stop doing. First of all, we have what I would call an unholy dalliance with the executive. That must.
Give him a minute. Give him.
Mr. Speaker, this House has to stop being a choir for the executive. Mr. Speaker, this week we have also seen a lot of attack on CDF and an attack on Constituency Roads Fund by the same executive whom we have helped here with very difficult decisions. And now, I think, Mr. Speaker, the chickens have come to roost. Mr. Speaker, I invite the members of the executive to read Matthew chapter 7, verses 3 to 5. We know corruption is a big issue in this country, but the Bible reminds us, while look at the speck of sawdust in your neighbor, while you yourself, you have a log inside your eye. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, it appears some people are falling, but we will not allow them to fall with the whole House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Otienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will beg that I be added 2 minutes for context as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let it be clear, I am a member of the committee. I have never sought or received any gain or advantage to support or oppose anything, except as by law and my conscience and my constituents. Mr. Speaker, the simple sequence of that long statement read by my chair is that this was a government bill sponsored by the Executive Office of the President. And we were told that we needed to pass it to remove Kenya from the grey list. In compliance, and it was signed off by the leader of majority, we complied, it came here, it passed. Where is our fault? Should we have rejected it? Because if we did, then you can blame us. Mr. Speaker, if that passage of the act and the amendment was procured by any corruption, then that corruption can only come from the Executive Office of the President. Because they are the ones who wanted it to pass. And if that is so, then 3 things follow. 1, that either the President or someone in his office knows who gave the bribe. 2, the President or someone in his office knows who received that bribe. And 3, they know why it was given, because obviously it could not have been for passage. It's even more annoying that it is alleged that some 10 million was given. Do you know 10 million to give the members, that's 28,000. So it's being alleged that members of this house are cheap as 28,000 to pass a law. It's even more annoying. Mr. Speaker, some of us have reputations and careers beyond this house. So when you attend a forum where for the first time in a PG, live TV has been invited, and then you are being accused of that kind of thing, it is so insulting, it is so demeaning, it is so unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that even if there was such a supposition by the President, Standing Order 42 gives him the opportunity to write to you a special message, which then you can table and we can inquire into it, not to be paraded and demeaning as if we are criminals. Now, the way forward, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that our only way forward, you see, in this house, we cannot discuss people adversely because Standing Order 83 all the way to 107 restrict our discussion. But for us, unfortunately, no one protects us out there. All sorts of allegations are made against you and you must just sit and listen. Our only ventilation is Standing Order 191. I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that under Standing Order 191, where we have our Powers and Privileges Committee, the Powers and Privileges Committee, 191(1)(a), is allowed to summon any person to appear before it for the purposes of giving evidence or providing information. This house has been called the house of extortion. This house has been called a corrupt house. This house has been alleged to have received some 10 million. My suggestion, Mr. Speaker, authorize the Powers and Privileges Committee to summon the President, or if not the President, then the head of public service and the secretary to the cabinet to come and tell us about these allegations because we don't know how to protect ourselves out there. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Dr. Bukose.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to contribute to the statement by the
Remember, you
leader,
have 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
by the
3
chair,
minutes
Chailak.
rather.
Honorable Speaker, it is a very embarrassing situation when the head of state stands and accuses this house, and specifically referring to the committee. It's not acceptable. I think, and if there was any issue, should have been able to have us as members of parliament and discuss this issue. To me, I suppose that most likely the head of state might have been lied by whoever took the information to him that that person took 10 million to the Chailak. Yeah.
Those are his views. Just listen to each other.
If 10 million was given, then the person who gave the 10 million must state very clearly whom did he give the 10 million. Yeah? That person must state very clearly because it seems that person should be able to account for the 10 million. Where did you take the 10 million? Yeah? And most likely, and to who? Because when the bill came to the House and it was presented by JLAC, we were told this is one of the requirements and a precondition for IMF. And we passed. So, to be accused later on of having taken money, and it seems money exchanged hands, the 10 million must have changed hands. So where did that 10 million come from and where did it go? And why? Because any bill that comes here and is a government bill is sponsored by majority, and more often, because we are now have a bipartisan kind of agreement within this House, under the broad-based government, we've always supported all the bills that the government brings. Therefore, this must be investigated and the truth must be unearthed so that all of us can be cleaned. Because when we go out there, people are looking at us as thieves, as extortionists, and that is not right. We have reputations to protect. We have families to look at us. and we have friends who should not be suspicious of our activities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua fisi akitaka kumla mwanawe usema ananuka mbuzi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, inasikitisha sana. Bunge hili ndio limeshika Kenya kwa mkono, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tumepitisha bills nyingi sana zao, hata hii ya money laundering. Mimi nilikuwa against kwa sababu najua kuna watu ambao wamekuwa targeted, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao ni wa real estate. Na hatukuwahi kufuatwa na mtu yoyote kuhongwa chochote, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ilipita hapa bila chochote. Kwanza katika wabunge mimi ni maskini sana, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu hata pesa ya ngafu ni kidogo, haitoshi paka natoa mshahara wangu napatia wananchi huko na baki bure. Sasa ikiwa hapa tunaweza kuambiwa kuwa wabunge wamepewa milioni 10, tunataka kujua nani alimpa, makusudi yake ni kitu gani, alimpa kwa nini, na hii bili ina siri gani kubwa mpaka itolewe 10 million, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika nataka kusema sasa hili bunge tutatoa majembe yetu store, turegeshe kama tulivyokuwa pale mwanzo, ndio sauti zetu zitasikika, Mheshimiwa Spika. Haiwezekani wabunge wanahangaika, wanateseka, hawana pesa. Alafu hata hii mambo ya CDF, mimi sijui kwa nini hapa tuliwapa county government 485 billion, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sijui kwa nini haiwatoshi, wanakimbilia 54 billion ya hili bunge, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati hatuoni kazi zao kule mashinani. Sisi tunasema bunge hili litasimama, na ikibidi wanataka tutoe devolution, basi tutaitoa devolution ibaki kama ilivyokuwa zamani, kwa sababu wanabunge hawezi kuwanyanyaswa kiasi hichi, Mheshimiwa Spika, mpaka kwenye televisheni wanaitwa wezi, wanaitwa extortionist, wakati ambapo mimi mama Mombasa najiangalia sina chochote, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata ukienda kuangalia akaunti zangu wenyewe watashangaa. Leo Mombasa nikaambiwe mama Zamzam, nyinyi ndio mmeiba pesa, nyinyi ndio extortionist, nyinyi ndio nini. Siwezi kubali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama mtu anataka kwenda chini na sisi, mimi nitaenda naye chini. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Musa Serma. Order. Musa Serma.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to really support the sentiments of Honorable Murugara on this issue, where we are being portrayed as a parliament of extortionists and people who take bribe. Mr. Speaker, people who are corrupt have a place to go in this country, and that is the court. And if there is anybody who has been known to have done those things, we want to tell the government to pick those people, take them to court, and they belong to jail. Mr. Speaker, we are being maligned by people looking forward to taking the money from CDF and taking it to the counties to be eaten. If a whole governor can bring 150 million to Senate, for sure, if I can use the words of the president, where is he bringing this money from? Counties cannot show the amount of money they have been given in terms of development to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it has reached a time that we need to audit the counties and really see whether they are really entities to be used for development in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, if I can remember, because I was in the Bomas, the constitution actually which we passed and which was brought by the people is not what we are having now. The Yashpal guy had 14 regions and they were non-executive. And therefore, this executive power which the governors think they have, we must remove it. It is time that we talk to the people and let them be given development directly. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ with all what has been said about this parliament, and we want the people who have done this thing to go down and be taken to court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is under attack, Mr. Speaker. And if you go on social media, read a newspaper, switch on your TV, continuously, this house is under attack. And Mr. Speaker, it has gone to the level where it has even gone to the funds that go to the people that we represent. That is CDF and KERA and GAF and the other funds. Mr. Speaker, the executive must respect this house. Members of this house have stood with the executive. Even though some of us have been opposing, members of this house have stood with the executive and supported them on all their agendas, including becoming extremely unpopular with the population because they were making sure that the agenda of the regime has passed on the floor of the house. But Mr. Speaker, now they have been thrown under the bus. It happened last year, even after passage of the finance bill, that the executive president again said that that bill was unpopular, and yet he's the one that had been telling members to support it. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we must make sure that as a house we fight together. Mr. Speaker, there's something that is going on with the executive. When they say that this house has corrupt practices, I've been seeing empowerment agendas, empowerment forums all over the country. Mr. Speaker, someone who was just the other day a CS is able to give about 2 million, 3 million every week in a function, in fact, 2 or 3 functions in a week. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, what we need to do is start auditing the executive also. When they say there's corruption on the floor of this house, we also ask them, where is all the money you're spending coming from? Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a case of the pot calling the kettle black. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is important as a house we defend ourselves. Mr. Speaker, it shocks me when the executive goes completely against the Constitution, and members of, I'm lucky I was not in the lecture room yesterday, but Mr. Speaker, I hear that even constitutional, articles, provisions that are there in the Constitution were actually thrown under the bus also. Because when you say that the Senate has no authority to go and oversight counties, basically that completely goes against the Constitution. So as a House of Parliament, all of us, National Assembly and Senate, we must stick together and ensure that we're each other's keeper and we support each other and pass the bills that are good for the people of this country. And Mr. Speaker, hold the executive to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to refer to sentiment by Honorable Mole. We did not discuss anything in that meeting because he's alluding to the fact that we kept quiet. There was no discussion, so there were no resolutions. So the meeting ended as such. It should go into record. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Murugara must be finding himself in a very difficult situation. Because I'm a chair of a committee, I know how difficult it is for the committee report to be amended. We do these reports with Secretariat. We have to do the right thing. We would like to know who this is. Honorable Speaker, the report was given from raw information, intelligence. So the person who was given the money is known. And the reasons why the person was given the money is also known. Honorable Speaker, as members of Parliament, we need to be cleansed from this. We have suffered a lot as parliamentarians. There has been so much that we have supported the executive, and this is what we can get in return. Honorable Speaker, since they are known, for us to be cleansed, they need to be named. Yes. The reasons why the money was given also needs to be brought to this House so that members of Parliament can be cleansed. Out there, we have a very bad name for supporting the executive. But we are supporting the executive because we would like the plan to go through. We would like the government to succeed. But, Honorable Speaker, if there is a problem in this House concerning members, I think it should be brought to the fore so that members can know. Honorable Speaker, since last week, when the pronouncement was made in the devolution conference, we have suffered once more. We suffered after passing the finance bill. We suffered after the broadening of the government. We suffered again after sacking of some members of the CSs, some executive. We've suffered many times. And this is what you are getting in return. It is unfair. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'll try and be very brief, but let me start by saying I take great exception as the statements made by His Excellency the President, now 3 times, attacking the character of everyone in this House, including yourself. We must now take the position of NATO. Mass character assassination we shall not accept. If somebody is guilty, let them be charged on their own. But an attack such as the one that was, he's made it twice, 3 times. First at the Stock Exchange, a devolution conference in Homa Bay, and yesterday at our PG. It is so unfortunate that a statement condemning all of us as corrupt extortionists, yet some of us have held the sharp end of the knife to support him, is something that we cannot accept. And Mr. President must either bring the evidence, take those people to court, or apologize and withdraw. And let me also say something. I'm very happy that Chairman Jailak has read out the Constitution. A lot of misinformation and reading of the law upside down happened at our PG yesterday. The allegation that the Senate has no power to oversight the county government has now been debunked. Article 96 of Article 3 of the Constitution is clear on that. Let me also debunk a few things on the NGCDF. The national government has the power to establish special funds to discharge its functions. And under Article 6, the national government can devolve its functions to the sub-counties, which form a constituency. In a presidential system such as the one we have, there is nothing wrong by the national government having NGCDF as its own fund, funded from the shareable revenue allocated to it. In any event, even if we don't have the NGCDF, the funds for the NGCDF will not be taken to counties. The counties will not receive it. But to make matters worse, the law is being misinterpreted by the Right Honourable Raila Odinga. In a parliamentary system, the members of parliament form the government, the Prime Minister and his ministers. The members of parliament sit in the executive. They design projects, they implement, they oversight. Let him see what is happening in the House of Lords, in the House of Commons in England. What is happening there? Why can't he say MPs cannot do what we are doing here? That is the wrong application of the law. And yesterday I was very upset because there is state capture in this country. Let this House today, let us look at what is happening at the e-citizens. How many pipes are leaking government revenue to private pockets? Do your work as members of parliament. Let us call them out. Sugar mills were privatized. Workers are being fired. Let us know who took over the sugar mills built by public funds without competition. Let them tell us. I have a question in the floor of this House calling the Minister for Treasury to come and explain to us. Let us take the war to them. Let us take the war to them. If they want, we will give.
Member for Kieni.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. On this hour and this moment, I want to say that this House is under siege for all of us, inclusive Mr. Speaker. You are in this House to preside over it, and when we are under attack, you are the first person on the line of attack. I really want to say that this is the government, the executive, which we have worked and we have given it our sweat and our blood to make it to where it is now. We have lost properties. We have lost reputation. We have lost credibility in our own constituencies. We have business partners we work with. Whenever we visit them for business, other than the parliament, they see us, we are taking corruption into their own offices. And it is for that purpose, Mr. Speaker, we would want to say that whoever suggests that we are corrupt, they should, and we are not, they should go to the same venue, tell our wives, tell our children, tell our business partners, tell our friends that that was a very erroneous statement that came from none other than the head of state for this country. Because the first question I got when I went home last night from my wife, he wanted to check my pocket if I had any illegal money. And I really want to rest my case that we earn our sweat by offering services to this government through this parliament.
Thank you. Member for Bumula.
Honorable Speaker, I was very shocked yesterday by the sentiments of His Excellency the President.
Members, let's listen to one another.
You will add me some 30 seconds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. Chapter 8, 9 and 10 is very clear in terms of roles of Parliament, Judiciary and the Executive. This House is self-regulating through the Committees of Powers and Privileges chaired by none other than the Speaker himself. Mr. Speaker, this House has done well. As a National Assembly, we've risen to the occasion. When we called out on Shah, during Adani, now the Committee on PAC has done very well with e-citizen. And my guess is good, because I think that is where the rage is coming from. They have come out to unmask the culprits of e-citizen and how money is being stolen. Honorable Speaker, this House, this floor impeached a minister of government, Honorable Mithika Linturi. We have done well, Honorable Speaker, as a parliament. It is wrong, Honorable Speaker, for President to say he's fed on raw intelligence, Honorable Speaker, and moves to make such accusations against us. Honorable Speaker, in law, and you know better than me, anybody who becomes aware of a crime and keeps quiet of it is an accomplice. As we speak, the Honorable President is an accomplice, Honorable Speaker. Why was he giving the 10 million shillings?
Order, Wamboka. I referred you to Standing Order 87. You want to discuss the person and conduct of the President, bring a motion.
Well-guided, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Read your standing orders.
Well-guided, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the President has all instruments. The President has all instruments.
Order, Otieno Amolo, what is it? Give Otieno Amolo the mic. What's happened? Move to the...
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
As you know, I respect your guidance and rulings, but I had intended to bring this letter for your formal guidance on contents of speeches. 87.1. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that what you cannot discuss is the conduct of the President, but you can discuss his speech. I'd like you to give a ruling on that.
As we sit here, I have no speech from the President to discuss. You know very well, Honorable Otieno Amolo, that when the President addresses the House, he makes a speech, and I allow you to debate it for 3 days. As it is here, I have no speech that can guide me on what you should debate. So, Wamboka, go on.
There is a thin line, Honorable Speaker, of what we are discussing, but I think the point is made. Our thinking, Honorable Speaker, is someone is trying to get to NGCDF, KERA, Honorable Speaker, and other funds that are devolved through this House, Honorable Speaker, and that is unacceptable, Honorable Speaker. To the extent, Honorable Speaker, that you are a member of Parliament, #1, member of National Assembly, that we see the kind of headlines that we see, like what was there today, Honorable Speaker, add me 2 minutes, I was distorted, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, that we see the kind of headlines today, Honorable Speaker, that's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. You are the champion, you are the head of this house, Honorable Speaker. We will not allow anybody to try and mud you, because that is tantamount to mudding the whole house, Honorable Speaker. As I finish, we are now going to exercise our teeth. We are now going to bite. And Honorable Speaker, as I speak, there is a censure, I've tabled a censure motion. It is before you, Honorable Speaker, it's coming. We must now take our rightful position as a National Assembly. It is so painful. Some members of this House, most members have stood with the executive. They have defended the executive. They have suffered because of executive, Honorable Speaker. They have lost their popularity, some of them, presumably because of the executive. And now the same executive want to throw them under the bus. We say no. Wakwende.
Honorable members, I'll now give to Silvanus Osoro, but before he takes the floor, I acknowledge the following. Kipsingay, order. Order, members. Kipsingay Secondary School from Sotik, Bomet. Joska PAG Church, Mavoko, Machakos. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome them to the House of Parliament. Osoro.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I first want to confirm that I'm a member of the Jailer Committee. That has really largely been mentioned. Number two, even before I get to the details, Honorable Speaker, on what the Honorable Murugara has said, I also want to associate myself fully with the statements that have been made by the Honorable Karoli Omondi. And I'll be very particular, Honorable Speaker, on one issue even before I get to the second one, on the question of NGCDF and devolution. Honorable Speaker, I think that the vision and the mission of the drafters of the Constitution, and even the people who dreamt about devolution, including Right Honorable Raila Odinga, they really must have had a very good plan on what devolution is and actual things, what devolution ought to have been. Honorable Speaker, we want to tell them, and I say this with tremendous respect, that kwa ground vitu ni different. That what people think devolution ought to have been or should be is not what it is. There is nothing that is working on the ground as far as devolution is concerned, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, in any case, Honorable Speaker, Article 96 should actually be implemented the more. We cannot say that you want the county assembly members be left with the responsibility of oversighting governance. Honorable Speaker, a governor that controls 13 billion shillings, a county governor that controls 13 billion shillings cannot be oversighted by an MCA who wants 80,000 shillings, and then they give them 3,000 shillings every day, Honorable Speaker, even to follow them, Honorable Speaker. And that is where we are saying, Honorable Speaker, that we must be very particular, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the argument is about this house being declared corrupt. It's not about discussing devolution. The head of state declared us corrupt. Well, how?
Order. Order, Sane. Honorable Sane. No, don't be harsh on your colleague. Honorable Sane, if you are listening to the debate, you have been talking about two things: the integrity of this house, the fate of devolution, the fate of NGCDF, and the power of the Senate to oversight the counties. All these are entwined into what we are debating.
So, Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, this House, Honorable Speaker, has been under attack from every corner. We've been attacked, Honorable Speaker, by the members, some members of the judiciary. We've been attacked by the members of the public, sometimes being threatened, Honorable Speaker, to have our houses torched, Honorable Speaker. We want to, with tremendous respect, also tell His Excellency the President, Republic of Kenya, that now that attacks are coming from all over, I want to inform him, Honorable Speaker, that he should not take the invitation to also join the bandwagon that attacks this House. Because this House, if somebody claims that they brought money to a certain committee or to a particular chair, then
especially on a bill that is actually sponsored by the AG from government, then that person should actually be arrested the more, because he is the one picking money from some public side and then to try and bribe the members of parliament, Honorable Speaker. Because this House, Honorable Speaker, has been under attack from every corner. And it should actually not be happening. Today, as we are speaking, Honorable Speaker, people are already complaining about KERA. They want the KERA funds to be reverted to the counties. They want NGCDF to go. But, Honorable Speaker, you will need a microscope to see what governors or county governments are doing, Honorable Speaker, because there is nothing that is being done, Honorable Speaker.
Time up. Time up. Parashina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you also for standing for to be one of the leaders to be counted in this country for defending Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I only also need to comment on 3 things, or 4: doctrine of separation of powers that we saw yesterday, and we need to remind the executive we don't work under their mercy. Number 2 is yesterday I witnessed executive, that's the president, lecturing members of Parliament, trying to create intimidation. We want to tell him that we are not going to go through intimidation here or outside. We will continue doing our duties without being coerced. We also need to remind the executive through the president and Mr. Raila that he should respect Parliament every time. He is leading executive, judiciary should be respected, and Parliament should be respected. Suggestions that Mr. Speaker came, which also brought yesterday, is about us in the committee. They alluded that when we summon state agencies or even PSs or ministers, they say that we keep asking them for money. Then the question is, how are we going to do our oversight role, if at all? They are saying that we are looking for money. It is our duty to do our oversight role, and I can tell them it is no longer going to be business as usual. And the last one is an independent investigation. If possible, let the president or this house establish an independent investigation where the executive can submit evidence where this house has been involved in corruption. But we cannot allow it, like saying a pot. How can a pot say that the pan is black? It is not possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jane Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to the discussion. Honorable Speaker, my English teacher always told us, before you skin a dog, you give it a bad name. Honorable Speaker, today, I feel that is actually what is happening. We all know that CDF, NGCDF, and GAF are under siege. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, that is why it is found right for an attack of members of Parliament, for them to give us a bad name. Honorable Speaker, I would just want to remind this Honorable House, and inclusive of anybody who contests for a position, that is including the presidency, that it is based on performance that we get re-elected. And even for the presidency, should be well noted that the performance of NGCDF, the performance of NGAF, will also count for their performance at the end of the 5 years. So, Honorable Speaker, we need NGCDF respected, we need NGAF respected, and Honorable Speaker, let it go on record that members of Parliament make decisions based on their own minds and based on what they want to do for their people. So nobody is here to be helped to decide based on the money that they receive. We make decisions because we want the best for our people, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me also declare that I'm a member of JLAC, and they have not received any of the monies that has been paraded around. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the President on one thing. He has reminded us that we need to do our work. We have not been doing our work because we have been supporting the executive. Whenever things come here, we have always been supporting them. I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill that is the act that the President mentioned, the anti-money laundering, was sponsored by the leader of majority. Actually, we should not even start with the President. We should ask the leader of majority whether he bribed the committee, the jailer committee, and how much he has given us. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, if the bill, if that act was procured through bribery, then that act should be repealed and brought back to this House so that we can act on it again without the bribery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Karemba. Yes, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that I am happy and upset at the same time. I am happy because of this conversation, because I believe, Honorable Speaker, the dragon that needs to be slayed in this country is the dragon of corruption. What is stealing the future of our country, Honorable Speaker, is corruption. And it is okay if this conversation is started by the President or any other person. But, Honorable Speaker, I am upset because of this wholesale condemnation of Parliament. Because a person like me, Honorable Speaker, you are well aware that it's just the other day that I joined the Jailer Committee. And I am now branded as perhaps one of the people who have already received the money. And Honorable Speaker, it is very wrong for anyone to do this kind of condemnation on members of Parliament. But I believe it is for a few reasons. One, it must be that they are coming for CDF and for RMLF. It is for that reason. Two, it must be that they want to salvage their political aspirations at the expense of the members. They must have realized that many members perhaps are unpopular, and so they want to throw them under the bus. And it is unacceptable, having benefited from the support of the members, that now they want to sacrifice the members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Kibagendi. Osero, you are not Kibagendi, are you?
He borrows my name sometimes.
Order. You are known in this House as Osero. Take your seat.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. It is the classic case of the skunk calling the pig stinky. The president, who himself bears responsibility for questionable governance decisions, erred gravely in issuing a blanket condemnation of this august House. While Parliament is not without flaws, indeed, dismissing it wholesome is unfortunate by the head of state, and hypocritical, and an affront to the very democratic institution that gives legitimacy to the presidency. Constructive criticism is welcome, but scapegoating an entire arm of government for failures that cut across the executive is both disingenuous and dangerous for our country. The president needs, going forward, to do proper investigations. He said he gets information from NIS and DCI. He needs to do proper investigations before he can condemn the entire House. But again, sometimes we have to tell those who call us names that they need to look in the mirror. Kenyans know that the temple of corruption is actually State House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Lel Mengit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also want to echo my sentiments on this case. Honorable Speaker, first, I would like to apologize to this Honorable House. Because a few years, Honorable Speaker, when I was in the university, I used to call the members here pigs. I was among those people who call the honorable members pigs because of the notion and the negativity out there, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, I sit in this position as a member of Parliament, and now the ball is on my court. Honorable Speaker, I have realized that there is an enormous task bestowed to these honorable members, all the way as representatives, legislators, and oversighting responsibility. Honorable Speaker, I want to state this categorically, that even on the issues of NGCDF, as part of the representative duty that we do as honorable members, we cannot find substantive projects across the constituency or in the county governments that have been done by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, it's in my entire ward, Kilibwani ward constituency, I cannot find any single project that was done by the county governments. Only projects that have been done through the NGCDF money can be appreciated by the people out there. Honorable Speaker, I want to mention this, that even in the case whereby in the future we might have a elected president similar to the, I don't want to mention names, but the president who will be giving resources basing on the shareholding basis, probably other counties and other regions of this country will be discriminated. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to mention and also to echo that this is an honorable house. We do our work perfectly, and we uphold our duty and integrity as members of Parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Donald Watch, I see on the screen, or you are not? Okay, Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if there is one person I admire is Honorable Raila Odinga. And the reason I admire Honorable Raila Odinga is because he's a person who stands on principle. And even if he's the only man standing, he will remain standing on principle. Mr. Speaker, I have learned from the best. And that is why I stand on principle like the person I admire, Honorable Raila Odinga, and urge my party leader to listen to the ground on NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, I also want to urge my party leader that there is one thing I've admired about him, which is equality and fairness. Mr. Speaker, what is coming out of this house is that he's looking at governors more favorably than he's looking at members of Parliament, which is Senate and National Assembly. We are all your children. Look at all of us favorably. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to, should I one day be unfortunate to be the president, because it's not a happy occasion to be president, but should I be unhappy to be president of this republic, one thing I cannot take for granted, if I got that opportunity, is the support of Parliament. If you are a president, do not take for granted the support of Parliament. If in doubt, ask Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Mr. Speaker, finally, on corruption, there's demand and there's supply side. We have had, and we keep hearing a lot on supposed or alleged demand. As a governance expert, tell us the supply side. If you are serious about dealing with corruption that is bedeviling this country, let us look at demand and the supply side. And as a Christian, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us that I was taught a song. Kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake mwenyewe, na kila mtu atapewa habari zake mwenyewe mbele za Mungu, siku hiyo itakuja. Individual responsibility.
Thank you. Honorable Rindikiri Murwitania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
I want to
One may think that Millie is out of order. The reason I've allowed her is I've treated it as a quote in a speech. Anything beyond that should have been out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I associate myself with the statement expressed by the chairman of JILAC. Mr. Speaker, In other forums, I am the president of Democracy and Good Governance in the International Conference of the Great Lake Region. Mr. Speaker, democracy dictates that we express ourselves anyhow. But good governance is a responsibility of each one of us. Mr. Speaker, the executive has a responsibility. The legislature, we have a responsibility. The judiciary has a responsibility. Mr. Speaker, we are equal partners. We are not lesser of the responsibility that we have been given. Mr. Speaker, the advantage of the executive can be good, can also be bad. Mr. Speaker, the last parliament and many majority members who are in the last parliament, we know we were called names. We were called collapse. This is not a new thing. The last regime, the past regime, called the members of this parliament collapse. Actually, bad names were used against us. Mr. Speaker, now we are being called collapse. Each person, if we are to apply the principles of good governance, we must exercise what these principles are. One, the rule of law. The rule of law dictates that when something is wrong, the law takes precedence. Mr. Speaker, I want to imagine that the president knows this, and I'm sure he knows. Let him subject all of us who have been found to be culpable of being corrupt to the rule of law. It's as simple as that. Mr. Speaker, transparency is very key in leadership. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be all accused en masse without giving evidence. Mr. Speaker, the executive need to be held accountable, to become clear, to become transparent on what he is talking about, members of parliament being corrupt. Mr. Speaker, the presidency is private to intelligent information, and nothing prevents him from proclaiming the people that have been found to be corrupt. Mr. Speaker, I want to disassociate myself with the fact that this parliament is corrupt.
Mbeyu.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nahuzunika sana. Haya maneno yalitokea kwa viongozi wetu wakuu jana, ni jambo la kusikitisha. Na hasa nikisikia upande wa kuondolewa pesa za NGCDF na ni pamoja na ngafu. Tufikirie sisi kama wabunge, majina tumepewa. Lakini hawa wabunge hawana shida kama wale wananchi wetu waliweza kutupigia kura pale. Wale wananchi wanategemea NGCDF, wanategemea ngafu, watoto wao wasome, watoto wao waende chuo kikuu, miradi ifanywe, shule zijengwe. Na mheshimu sana Baba Raila Odinga. Lakini kwa hili atufikirie sisi, na mimi wakilifi, wale wa mama wajane, walioamka saa 10 kwenda kupiga kura ya Mbeyu, machungwa 6. Wataniuliza mimi niwaambie nini? Siwezi kulipa fee, niko na mradi wa full scholarship. Watoto maskini wanategemea hizi pesa walipiwe fee. Sisi ndo tunaenda kuteseka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mbali na ile kejeli yote ya kupewa haya majina, ni wale watoto maskini wa Kenya wanategemea pesa za NGCDF kujikimu pale mashinani. Tutawajibu nini? Sisi tutawaambia nini? Tunataka kurudi na hakuna pesa za kuwasaidia. Tutatetea vipi? Kura inakuja, bado miaka 2. Ngafu haiko. Kama zile pesa mabilioni yanaenda kwa counties na hakuna alama pale, health status mbaya, ya education imeshindikana, ile ya ECD, mambo ya maji shida. Wakilimbikiziwa hizi pesa kama zile ndogo zimeshindikana pale kwa counties, wakiongezwa za NGCDF maeneo bunge 7, 8 na ile Nairobi iliyo na maeneo bunge mengi, wataweza vipi kutuonyesha kazi inafanyika. Alafu sisi tutakuja hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuwe flower girls sisi women rep na wale wa mama wengine. Kunywa chai tu, tutakuwa tuko kibaruani. Lakini yule mtoto wa maskini wa Kenya atafanya nini? Atapiga kura vipi? Apigie nini? Na tumaini gani? Lazima viongozi wetu wafikirie, ni kesho kutwa tu wataitisha kura, hatutaweza kujisaidia, hatutaweza kutetea mtu. Mbeyu nitajitetea mimi na watu wangu maskini. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this is a very great opportunity from the President and the Honorable Raila Odinga to call out Parliament. And this is a great opportunity for the 13th Parliament to take this opportunity to actually deal with the elephant of corruption. You don't underrate when Raila Odinga stands up and says something. You don't underrate when President Ruto rises up to say something. And therefore, the way we deal with this matter will be very important, and the 13th Parliament has been given this opportunity. If we deal with it in a manner of only lamenting or threatening other organs and moving away from it, we shall lose it. The correct way to deal with this matter is to dissect it squarely, the way the chair did put it. That we establish a commission, we establish a parliamentary committee, we establish within our own standing orders a unit that will investigate this matter to the very end. Remember, the person who spoke to this, who is the President, has intelligence, and I hear, though I did not attend the meeting, that he did indicate that he gets this raw intelligence. And then this would roll out to every other sector, including the executive and other players. If there's anything that Kenyans are crying of, is corruption. And if we are being mentioned of this wholesomely, we have to dissect it squarely and then move to the other players within the executive. Are you aware that there could be executive members who could go to the President and pick money, say they're taking that money to Parliament, and they come here, they don't give money, and that thing could be going on. This could be a bigger scheme which this House can now take and look into the details. For instance, Parliament has been standing with the executive. How much money did you receive when you did pass the housing bill? How much money did you receive when you passed SHA? How much money did you receive when you did deal with finance bill? And many other bills that we have dealt with. So we need to deal with these things squarely. There are many other issues that we do pass here. And if we go that direction, we shall save the Kenyans. We shall actually start dealing with the elephant of corruption, beginning with this House and then rolling it out. I am also sad that there's unconstitutional statements that are being pronounced very quickly. Look at this. We need to defend the Constitution and the independence of this House. When you talk about the lack of Senate's role in counties, mark that. It needs to be dealt with by this House. When you talk about CDF, I don't want to belabor on this one because it has been thoroughly flogged. But look at this. There's another one flowing down ourselves, that we need to devolve education. Look at what health is happening. And it also came from the two leaders. I think it was Raila and Odinga that we devolve education. Health is dead. We are now speaking of devolving education to the counties. We shall not have education. So this is a very good opportunity. But look at this. Independence of the House.
Time is up. Give him 30 seconds.
Independence of this House can only be protected by this House. When you teach the students who are up there, you tell them that the House is independent and no any other unit, no any other body can make a law. That's what we teach. I'm a teacher. But look at this now. How many bills are we getting being referred back to the House under the article which requires that you raise 2/3 majority? Those are issues that this Parliament must now stand on and make good law.
David Ocheng.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been here long enough to know that every time we've had a bipartisan initiative, this House suffers. I remember in the 11th Parliament, when the President and Raila came together at that time on IBC, we were brought here one afternoon, we were told, pass these bills, no removal of a comma, no full stop being removed. When BBI came, the same thing. Now we have this opportunity, and I thought this would be used to bring the country together and fight these ills together. Corruption has been pointed out as the biggest ill we've had. And all those initiatives, the one of Ruto and Raila, the one now, corruption was at the forefront to be fought. But it disheartens me, Mr. Speaker, for the president to come before members of parliament and tell us that he knows that a governor gave people money. He knows that an MP was given money. And those governors and those MPs are not arrested. What does he want us to do? Are we police? If you're the president and you know those who are stealing, why don't you arrest them? Why do you come to tell us? What do I have to do with it? You are the president. You are saying you want to fight corruption. And you know those who are stealing. What are you waiting for? Is it our business? Everyone should carry out their functions. This president gave us a finance bill. That was very unpopular. We passed it for him. This president gave us a housing levy. Very unpopular. We passed it for him. This president has asked us to pass SHA. We sat here until 10 p.m. Passed it for him. What have we done for him? What has this parliament not done for president that he now has to come and bastardize us? What? Let him do his job. And why he's also involved in corruption, we'll follow him. You can't come and name everyone else be corrupt as if yourself you're very clean. It doesn't work like that. We have one country. We must all protect this country. We won't allow. We are not begging for CDF. We don't use CDF money ourselves. We're not begging for CDF to be kept. Senate should not beg to carry out his functions. It is not the job of Raila to tell us what the law says. It can't be. This House must take it back seriously going forward. And if there's a PS or a minister stealing money, let us deal with them. But we can't allow people to come and start reading for us Riot Act as if themselves they are very clean. This parliament must reclaim its place in history.
Give him 30 seconds.
So, Speaker, I was very happy yesterday with our leadership. Because you cannot go before governors, abuse us, insult us, then call us. Instead of telling us why you called us, you start lecturing us on matters that you should deal with personally. Mr. Speaker, I want to request our leaders today, leadership of parliament. Let's deal with the issue the president has raised, but let's not be beggars. CDF, we must sit here as members of parliament, make sure that CDF is entered in the constitution. We can't allow people who don't sit in parliament to control what we do in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. It's wrong, and we must deal with it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
The Speaker, I just want to take this very seriously. I'm doing my third term in this House. And this House must be respected. Members who are here, I want to tell you, you actually have lost, you are losing your integrity out there. And our discussion here, Mr. Speaker, is not because we are defending ourselves. It's because of these allegations. I would have expected head of state to call us in the Kamukunji privately and expose to us, telling us exactly what he has heard. But instead, actually, we have been exposed. I want to take this opportunity and say, whatever allegations have been given to us, Mr. Speaker, you actually, for your own sake, you actually, because you oversight us here, your name is also going to be, be there. In fact, as you go out there, the people are now dismissing us. I remember just 2 days ago, I gave out money, and they were saying, you are a millionaire. So I think as far as I'm concerned, if there was anything that was bad, an allegation that actually I've heard, even the Right Honorable Oginga Odinga out there, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, I think I was so shocked. And he said that even we have no job. We are not supposed to do what we are doing. And yet he knows constitutionally our role here as Kenyans, as members of parliament. I want to take this opportunity and ask you, Honorable Speaker, get the head of state to come here and tell the Kenyans out there that that was wrong. That whatever he said was out of order, and that so that people can, otherwise you go out there, what are people talking about us? It's bad out there. So I want to take this opportunity and request you, in your capacity, tell the head of state to come to this house, and whatever he said, he apologizes, because it's actually affecting us as leaders of this country. I think, members, that's what it is. Because out there, if you want to come back, I can tell you, it's not going to be easy. Because you are rich, you are poor, you don't take money out here because you are bribed and you are not giving money to the people out there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I want to ask you, kindly get head of state here to come and tell this house so the Kenyans can hear that he was wrong. I think, members, actually, you agree with me. You agree with me. Let Ruto come here and tell the whole country that it was wrong for him to say what he has said. And if he's relying on King Odinga for his re-election,
Oginga Odinga died in 1994. Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. I was in this house with the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and he died in 1994. Yes, thank you. Chonga.
Asante mstahiki Spika kunipa nafasi hii. Matamshi niliyasikia yakitoka kutoka kwa rais yalikuwa ni ya kuvunja moyo, si kwa wabunge lakini hata kwa nchi nzima. Ifikapo wakati ambapo kwamba baba anasema ameshindwa na watoto, ni kumaanisha kwamba hiyo jamii imeangamia. Palipo na kosa ambapo kwamba mtoto amekosea, baba anatakana asimame na aweze kupeana mwelekeo. Nchi nzima, ulimwengu mzima, ukitaja mambo ya ufisadi, Kenya tunapewa position. Kuna mahali Kenya inaonekana kwa upande wa ufisadi. Ufisadi ule ni wabunge ndio wao wamefanya ufisadi ule. Mbona tusichukue nafasi na wakati wa kujua exactly shida iko wapi? Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha. Nimemsikia mwenzangu hapa akizungumza ya kwamba jana akifika nyumbani bibi yake anamwangalia mifuko. Mimi nimetoka mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika, nasikia njaa, lakini bibi yangu swali la kwanza ananiuliza, maskini tuko nao wa nini kiwa nyinyi mnabeba mabilioni haya yote huko nje, unapeleka wapi? Uko na bibi mwingine? Uko na warembo? Ama hii pesa inaenda wapi? Ile nafasi ya kuitwa mheshimiwa mstahiki Spika, sasa hiyo mheshimiwa umeshatoka. Tumekuwa wadharauliwa. Mbali na hayo yote ambayo kwamba sisi tunapambana nayo, tukitetea hususan serikali ya Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto. Mimi hapo nyuma, Mheshimiwa Spika, ulikuwa unanijua. Nikisimama mimi nilikuwa najua napeleka mawe yangu wapi. Nimepunguza utambi kwa sababu tunataka Kenya ionekane moja. Kenya isonge kwa agenda zile ambazo kwamba zinastahili. Lakini je, leo hii Mheshimiwa Spika, unataka mimi nikatetee serikali yenye inanidhulumu kuniita mimi mwizi? Tuko wabunge hapa wengine, hata ukiangalia hiyo kote amevaa ni 10,000. Iwapo kwamba kweli tunapewa pesa hizi ambazo tunapewa, mbunge anaweza kuvaa vibaya namna ile, Mheshimiwa Spika? Ni jambo la aibu, ni jambo la kuelewesha. Pia mimi naunga mkono ya kwamba sisi ni tegemeo la rais, tunahitaji atuombe msamaha. Bila hivyo kila mtu atabeba msalaba wake, kama vile Millie Odhiambo alivyosema. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have always stood to support the dignity of this House. Mr. Speaker, the former President Uhuru Kenyatta was on record having said that his government is always daily losing 2 billion shillings in corruption. corruption is widespread in the executive than is being betrayed. Parliament is non-corrupt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 words were being used. Extortion is a dirty word. It means getting money forcibly. Better corruption. Corruption means using your office or your power to at least get something. So it was very rude, unacceptable, unpalatable to call us extortionists, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President, Parliament, tribunals, and the judiciary laterally enjoy delegated powers as per the Constitution. There are separation of powers, and we must respect each other, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker of this Parliament is the Right Honorable Wetangula, and he deserves respect. He leads a team of members. You must be respected, and by extension, we deserve that respect. We conduct business as per the procedures and the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been behaving as if we were conveyor belts for the executive. We have been called to State House, been lectured on government policy, and we have never let down the government of the day in making sure policies were executed and laws were being acted. Mr. Speaker, we have been reprimanded most of the time using the Political Parties Act that when we speak our mind, we were being told you will be de-whipped, you will face sanctions. I think it is time to revisit the Political Parties Act so that members exercise their discretion and their right to represent them, their constituents. We can no longer represent others but the people of Kenya, the sovereign, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your kindness.
Unite. We have the last 10 minutes. I gave you 5, I gave you Chumba 5.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start from the onset by saying that he who alleges must prove. He who alleges must do what? Must prove, Mr. Speaker. So the burden of proof are with the people who have alleged, not with us at all. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is an institution in this country that has been created by the Constitution. And Parliament, Mr. Speaker, operates under the Constitution. It's an arm of government that every Kenyan who thinks of leadership aspires to be, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have said on this floor before that people think coming to Parliament is an easy thing. If all of them could try to contest for a seat, even for an MCA seat, that is when they will know what an election means. How difficult it is to come to this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look at the number of people who come out, or the number of people who show interest in every constituency to become members of Parliament. There are more than 10 in every constituency. But the people of Kenya, in their own wisdom, decide to bring one person to this house, Mr. Speaker, at a time. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why members of Parliament are given the title of honorable. It's earned. You earn the title by getting first elected by the people. Then that's when you deserve to be called a honorable member. But, Mr. Speaker, people cannot demonize the institution of Parliament as a whole. If you have a problem with someone, you say it. You say, I have a problem with this and that person. But you cannot demonize the whole institution of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Because this institution is in place to serve Kenyans. This is an institution that has direct mandate in exercising sovereignty of the people. Sovereignty belongs to the people. It can be exercised directly or through their elected representatives, Mr. Speaker. An elected representative of the people, other than the MCS, are only found in Parliament. All other, and the president who is also elected. But Mr. Speaker, all the other people who are operating in this country, in these offices, are all exercising delegated mandates. So, Mr. Speaker, my position is, as the leadership of this House, Mr. Speaker, as the minority leader, Mr. Speaker, we will defend Parliament to death. We will defend Parliament to the last breath, Mr. Speaker. We will not sit down when people want to degrade Parliament or they want to use Parliament as a punching bag, Mr. Speaker, also as a bogeyman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, corruption is a menace in the whole country. It has permeated the whole society. There is corruption in the executive, there is corruption in the judiciary, there is corruption in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is a way to address the fight about corruption. It is not a wholesome condemnation of a whole group of people who are serving Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the NC, Mr. Speaker, can you tell this man to leave me alone so I can speak? He has spoken his, and he's opening a Kamukunji here of what kind of, I don't know what Kamukunji it is. Mr. Speaker, I'm even losing my thoughts because when you are disrupted by NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, I want to take, as a minority leader, responsibility to go and persuade my party leader to leave that position he has taken on the NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, you know, there is a notion that people think CDF is still doing the same work it was doing when it was started. CDF has changed. CDF now is only doing functions that are not devolved. It's doing functions that belong to national government. Education, security issues, and issues that are related to national government. CDF is not doing any devolved function. They are not doing county government functions. Even if, a member said here, even if, the members have said, Mr. Speaker, people have said that CDF is, even if it's not given to members of parliament, that fund will not go to county government. It's money that is given to members of parliament after DORA. We do the division of revenue, money is separated into devolved functions and national functions. This money is coming from the national fund.
Chep Konga wants to inform you. Do you want information?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to inform the minority leader that the Supreme Court, in fact, on the 15th of August, 2025, a few days ago, rejected the application of the Senate to review the orders of the Supreme Court, which declared that NGCDF does not concern counties. And it was completely rejected. And so it has nothing to do with counties. It cannot go to the Senate. It can only be enacted in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's happened to the mic?
Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that I agree with the Honorable Chep Konga, that CDF has got nothing to do with the devolution. CDF, if this fund is not sent to constituencies, the national government can send it to county commissioners. They can say, county commissioners, go and build schools, go and build dams, chief's offices. Nothing stops the national government from taking this money to anybody they can even take it to chiefs. Chiefs can go and build even their offices themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, first we have to acknowledge that this fund has nothing to do with devolution. It's not taking money that belongs to devolved entities, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to say that, you know, only important people are normally bashed. When you see the president accusing us of many things, or by my party leader, they know how important this House is. That is why they you know, let us not also take them very serious. Because, you know why I'm saying that? Because everything also they want to do must come through this House. Even if for you to dissolve this NGCDF, there must be some work to be done here in Parliament. Who is going to do it? So, Mr. Speaker, let them have their say. We are going to have our way. That's the position. Let us give them the freedom to to have their say, and we also have our way. But what we know, Mr. Speaker, corruption is not peculiar to Parliament. Corruption, if it is corruption everywhere, and it must be fought in that manner. But if you want to make it sectional, Mr. Speaker, then you lose the war on corruption. But finally, Mr. Speaker, my final word is that Let us come together. Let us do our functions of oversight, representation, and legislation. Mr. Speaker, we have legislated the last 2-3 years under your leadership in this House. We have passed many, and we have the power of the pass. It is us who decide which fund goes to where, as this House, Mr. Speaker. There is no taxation without representation. We have all the powers, Mr. Speaker, and you know the executive cannot operate without parliament. They can go and say whatever they want to say outside there, but everything they will do must go through this House. Mr. Speaker, if there are allegations of corruption on anyone among us, everybody will carry his own cross, so there is no need of condemning the whole House as a group, Mr. Speaker. With those few members, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, members, don't be annoyed. We will deal with these people perpendicularly. We know how to deal with them. Just keep quiet. We'll deal with them.
Majority Leader, what is your point of order, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to interrupt the Majority Leader. But, Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Jane Jerry has come to the House, and I know because she fears her political leaning nowadays has stopped her from speaking. But can you use your standing order number 1, especially for a lady who is young and who is emulating me, just to declare that she's exceptionally well-dressed?
Order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. The Speaker can only rule you improperly dressed. I have no capacity to declare the excellence of your dress. Majority Leader, go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Jerry. The Speaker has no capacity to say
comic
exceptional
relief.
dressing.
Millie has a very sharp eye. Honorable Njeri passed just in front of me here, and I hadn't noticed, unfortunately. Honorable Speaker, let me join members and maybe just start off from where Junet has
I think
stopped.
the only exception I see is that the gracious lady is wearing something that looks like a cheetah. Or a leopard.
You can be certain, Honorable Speaker, if she was here earlier, she would never have recognized any of the footballers that you are mentioning from back those days. Just like the Honorable Joseph was asking who are those the Speaker is mentioning. Because they were not born by then, Honorable Speaker. But that is the beauty of this House, Honorable Speaker. And it tells you that in this House, Honorable Speaker, we have men and women, as Honorable Juneta has said, who have been elected by the people to come and represent them and oversight government on behalf of the people. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, when we oversight the executive and the judiciary, because we have that singular role as enshrined in this Constitution, we don't do it as a favor to anybody. Not to the President, not as a favor to those serving in the executive. We do it on behalf of the people. Therefore, I want first to encourage members that nothing and nobody should instill fear in you in doing your work as members of Parliament. Because you are duly elected by the people of Kenya to exercise oversight even over the executive, even the office of the President, and even the President himself. That is why this House has powers under this Constitution to impeach those in the executive, and those in the executive can do nothing to remove you from this House. Absolutely nothing. Because that is how we crafted our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to many of the contributions, and let me take particular interest to what the Honorable Tienda Omolo said. That we have a Powers and Privileges Committee in this House, Honorable Speaker, which fortunately is chaired by none other than yourself. This Powers and Privileges Committee has the powers and a singular mandate to receive complaints, as Honorable Tienda Omolo said, from whatever quarter against any member of Parliament who may engage in any manner of impropriety, whether within the precincts of Parliament or outside Parliament, Honorable Speaker. It is not fair to condemn the House in its entirety, Honorable Speaker. We have young members like Honorable Njeri, Honorable Joseph, who just joined this House the other day, Honorable Speaker. We have older members like the Honorable Kainan, the father of the House, who has been here for a long time, and yourself, Honorable Speaker. When this House is condemned, you are condemned. The Honorable Kainan is being condemned. The Honorable Njeri and Joseph here are being condemned. Honorable Speaker, if there are people who have suffered, I am among those people who have suffered immensely from this condemnation. I was a sponsor of that bill the Honorable Murugara was speaking about as leader of the majority. I saw yesterday when figures of 150 million shillings were mentioned that relate to the Senate. There are people who went on social media to say, oh, that is the 150 million Kimani Ichung'wah used to purchase I don't know what where, Honorable Speaker. No, this time they didn't mention a chopper, they were mentioning shares I invested in a bank. But I have invested an investment I have made, Honorable Speaker, from money I have borrowed from our own parliamentary circle and my other circle in Muhasibu. Fortunately, Honorable Speaker, when they banded those stories, thinking they are maligning me, the share price of NHIF has risen by 2 shillings. And therefore that investment, by the very essence of their maligning stories, has gone up. And today I can liquidate them, pay off my loan, and walk home with a clean, tidy amount, tidy sum. But you cannot vilify me for that. Nobody should vilify any member of parliament because they are members of parliament, Honorable Speaker. When we vilify one person in this house unfairly, we are vilifying the institution of parliament. And we must protect and defend as strongly as we can the integrity, not of even ourselves as individuals, but of the institution of parliament. Because this institution is there to oversight. And we cannot have... Honorable Speaker, I was saying we cannot have meaningful oversight over the executive if we are seen to be beyond reproach, Honorable Speaker. Let us use our Powers and Privileges Committee to ensure, Honorable Speaker, if by any chance there is any one of us, and I say any one of us, Honorable Speaker, including myself, who, Honorable Speaker, as the Swahili would say, aliye na tuhuma yoyote, let them be before the Powers and Privileges Committee and also before the investigative agencies like EACC, so that they may take action so that we protect the institution of parliament, Honorable Speaker. 2, Honorable Speaker, on the question of what is provided for in Article 94 to 96 of our Constitution, and I don't want to repeat what has been said about the powers of the House, our sister House in the Senate, to oversight national revenue that is going to the counties. I think it is a matter, and I said it yesterday, Honorable Speaker, in that meeting, that it is a matter that is explicitly provided for in the Constitution. We cannot amend this Constitution by vilifying the institutions of parliament, whether it is the National Assembly or the Senate. Let us just purpose to live by the tenets of this Constitution. Honorable Speaker, NGCDF. Again, NGCDF is vilified and attacked in this fashionable thing to attack members of parliament. NGCDF does not belong to members of parliament. The Kikuyu NGCDF does not belong to Kimani Ichung'wah. Neither does the Eldasa NGCDF belong to the Honorable Kainan Mohammed. Aden Kainan. Honorable Speaker, NGCDF belongs to the people of Kenya, to the constituents who have elected us to come and represent them here. We oversight NGCDF just like any other fund in government. Honorable Speaker, when the to their sittings, they called my fund manager and the board officials here, the board CEO, NGCDF board CEO. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must also protect NGCDF, not for our own sake, not because we have anything to do with NGCDF, because it has everything to do with delivery of public good and services to the people who have elected us to represent them, Honorable Speaker. And let me just conclude by saying, Honorable Speaker, we would have no business being the people's representatives if we have nothing that we can oversight those that have been charged by the people of Kenya to hold public funds in their trust. Then we have no business being members of parliament if we can't oversight. we will have no business being members of parliament if you will be able to go to your constituency. You find at a time like now when it is cold and rainy, a school latrine has sunk or a roof has been blown away, and you cannot influence anything, Honorable Speaker, with the NGCDF committees to ensure that you make good the lives of the people who have elected you. We must protect NGCDF with our blood and our souls, Honorable Speaker, in this House. We must. And we must tell everybody, Honorable Speaker, even those who are in the county governments, Honorable Speaker, and we have said it numerously, we are not in competition with the county governments. NGCDF, as Chepkonga has said, the new NGCDF Act of 2015 makes it very clear what role NGCDF plays in education, in security, Honorable Speaker. We amended the Act here the other day, Honorable Speaker, to even remove the contentious issues that were there before, like sports, and we removed them, Honorable Speaker, because we want to live and abide by what is provided for in this Constitution. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me say, we must, as a House, stand together, stand strong, and walk with our heads high, Honorable Speaker, if you have nothing to be suspicious of anything you do. Finally, Honorable Speaker, let me ask ourselves, the things we say, the things we do out there also portray something of us. The things that were said here of the finance bill last year, Honorable Speaker, that members were being paid to vote this and that, Honorable Speaker, those are the things that lower the dignity, and we keep saying, lower the dignity of this House and entertain even those who are vilifying and entertaining things being said against us, Honorable Speaker. I beg, Honorable Speaker, to end there, and thank you.
Honorable members, let me thank you as a House, particularly the Honorable Murugara and Honorable Wandeto, for having found it within their powers and necessary to bring the statement and the motion which I didn't approve, but which I informed the House and allowed Honorable Wandeto to have the first bite. Honorable members, as your Speaker, I shall always be your first and last line of defense to your integrity and to the dignity of this House. I want to encourage us, in the words of the Honorable Minority Leader, as leaders, we cannot insulate ourselves from criticism, both fair and unfair, because that's the cost of leadership. When you are in leadership, you fall under the category of what one writer says, that when you meet people, 30% will like you without even hearing anything from you or knowing who you are. 30% will hate you without knowing who you are or hearing anything from you. It is now up to you to convince the remaining 40% to like you or to hate you. That is the paradox of life. And I want to encourage us, as a House of leadership, to be above irritations, to be above any temptations to have a short fuse on issues, because you are leaders. And when you are a leader, you cannot sit there and expect to hear only things that please you. You'll also hear things that don't please you. And sometimes when we hear things that don't please us, they raise us to a higher calling to ensure that things are done differently. I also advise that when something is said against you, if it is not true, you ignore it. If it is true, you do something about it. Then we move on. There was a very high state of anxiety and anger. Many members called your Speaker, expressing displeasure, expressing anger, and wondering what direction we are headed. But that we have had an opportunity to speak. And to those who haven't spoken, I'm sorry, the time was not enough. We can't all speak on the same subject. And to members like the Honorable Salasia, when we have a motion like this, the Speaker gives priority to members who are regularly here. If you are not regularly in the House, you are unlikely to get the favor of the Speaker to speak simply because this is topical. There are members who sit here for hours waiting to speak. Sometimes they don't even get the opportunity to speak. Those are my priority. If Dr. Nyikalo was in the country, I know he's out in Japan. He's like the new Martin Shikuku. The Speaker always found Martin Shikuku in the House and left him in the House. And for the entire afternoon, you'll never see Martin Shikuku even responding to a call of nature. You'll just be sitting there doing the business. So I encourage you, young Salasia, spend more time here. You'll catch the Speaker's eye when matters. But if you choose to prosecute parliamentary business on TikTok, then the House will deal with matters differently. I want to say this, honorable members, as we come to a conclusion of this. I think Jeanette said it very well. Everybody has their say, you have your way under the Constitution. You hold the power of the past, you legislate. Even the next motion is going to deal with your authority over an executive order that is not in compliance with the law. That is the power you have. And that's the power the Constitution has given you. So I want to urge all of us here that our integrity must be beyond reproach. We must be like Caesar's wife, whom nobody could suspect. And I want to say, honorable members, that given what has been said, what you know, and what goes on, this House has sufficient mechanisms under the Constitution and under the law, whether it's conflict of interest law, whether it's leadership and integrity law, whether it is powers and privileges law, or the anti-money laundering, all those to handle issues that come before us. And I want to assure you that I have received some letters about members that I would have presented to the agencies on different things. Sometimes I call you, I talk to you, and you correct your ways. Let's also uphold our integrity. I have given you an opportunity this afternoon. Waswahili wanasema muue mkala, lakini haki yake mpe. And by giving you haki yenu, you have exercised your right of reply in the matter. So I want to encourage us that let's now lower the anger, be the leaders that we are, and transact the business of the House in the manner we always do. I know that some members who are not happy, and rightly so, because if you are not within the bracket of those who are bent, and you say everybody's bent, then you create serious issues. You know, in my community, we say there's no little stream that does not have a snake. Every stream has its snake. And like Parliament, we probably also have our snake. Yes, we will probably also have our snake. So the leaders, Ichungo and your group, Juneta and your group, have regular get-together. Luckily, this matter comes at a time when we are retreating with the entire leadership of the House to Mombasa tomorrow. And among other things, we'll also have a colloquium with the judiciary to discuss about our relationship so that we can also face each other and ask each other hard questions. If you have time, watch a movie called The Star Chamber. The Star Chamber, where beyond formal decisions, there are decisions on issues, so that you can be able to also look at each other in the eye and tell each other the stark truth, that you know what I know, and you know I know what you know, and going forward, let's not act in a manner that says, don't say, don't ask. Thank you, honorable members. We'll now go to the next business. But the decorum you have displayed reaffirms what everybody expects, that this is a house of reason, this is a house of sobriety, this is a house of maturity, and this is the nerve center of the Republic of Kenya. You are the representatives of the people of Kenya. They have donated this power under the Constitution to you, to levy taxes, to appropriate those taxes, and to audit those taxes through oversight. It can't be any better than that. Let's live to that billing. Thank you, honorable members. As your speaker, you've seen today in one of the papers that is rapidly degenerating from a respected paper to not just a tabloid, but a gutter. Putting the two speakers on the front page and you read the story, there is no relationship whatsoever. But as leaders, we're used to this. They will do this, they will give up. What is important is focus on what you are doing. Winston Churchill said, you'll never finish your journey if you stop to throw stones at barking dogs. Focus on your journey, and you'll do things right. Thank you. We're still on statements, and there are many. I wish those who are asking statements allowed us to go to order number 12. But I seek your consensus. Members, majority leader and minority leader approach the speaker. Order, honorable members. Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, after consultation with your leaders, we are in a common agreement that we hold on the statements and go to order number 12. And you know order number 12 directly affects you. So you'll have to declare your interest. Okay, clerk, call out order number 12.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 4 of 2025.
Honorable Chair, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 04 of 2025 on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, popularly known as EGPS, by all public procuring entities in contravention of Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 19th August 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House annuls in its entirety the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, popularly known as GEPS by all public procurement entities, published as circular number 04 of 2025 for the following reasons. Mr. Speaker, the circular contravenes Article 2, Sub-Article 1 and Sub-Article 2. It also contravenes Article 10. It contravenes Article 27, Sub-Article 2.
Honorable Chepkonga, when you are moving a motion, you just read it as it is.
Yes, that's what I'm reading.
You are saying it contravenes Articles 2. It also contradicts. Where is it also?
In contravention, sorry.
Where is it also? Yes.
Yeah, for the following reasons, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Contravention of Articles 2, Sub-Article 1 and 2, Article 10, Article 27, Sub-Article 2, Article 94, Sub-Article 5, and Article 2 to 7 of the Constitution relating to supremacy of the Constitution, the national values and principles of governance, including public participation, transparency, and accountability, equality including enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedoms, power to make provisions having the force of law, and contracting for goods or services with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Number 2, contravention of Sections 9 and Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, relating to the function of the authority, which do not extend to creating binding obligations and the recognition that tender submissions may be made in either manual or electronic form. And 3, contravention of Section 2, 6, Section 11, Section 13, Section 22, and Section 24 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, relating to interpretation of statutory instrument, submission of a regulatory impact statement on each statutory instrument, requirement for public participation, publication, and tabling of statutory instruments before Parliament, and the exercise of powers in making statutory instrument. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, the import of this circular, Mr. Speaker, originates. We know, you know, but just to set the stage, Mr. Speaker. During the morning sitting, Mr. Speaker, of the National Assembly on 14th of August, 2025, the Honorable George Murugara, Member of Parliament, rose on a point of order seeking clarification from the House on the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 4 of 2025, dated the 12th of August 2025, on the enforcement of compliance with mandatory use of electronic government procurement system by all procuring entities. The Honorable Murugara observed that the circular is a statutory instrument within the meaning of Section 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, and as a result, as such, ought to have been transmitted to the House for committal to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for scrutiny and approval. The Honorable Murugara noted that the circular appeared to have the force of law by declaring that failure to comply would constitute an offense, thereby making it imperative for the circular to undergo the requisite parliamentary scrutiny. Accordingly, Honorable Murugara requested that the Honorable Speaker do issue directions for the circular to be referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for scrutiny and approval as required by the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2, Mr. Speaker. Consequently, the Honorable Speaker directed the Committee on Delegated Legislation to undertake thorough scrutiny of the circular in line with the relevant legal framework, and further directed the committee to table its report before the House on Tuesday, the 19th of August, 2025. Mr. Speaker, as a consequence of this, the committee sat on the same day and invited the Public Procurement and Public Procurement Authority to appear before the committee on that same day at around 4 p.m. Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Authority appeared before the committee, and Mr. Speaker, we examined the circular. And as we also looked at it in regard with Section 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act, which defines what a statutory instrument is, Mr. Speaker. It defines as follows, Mr. Speaker, and members need to be careful to hear this. It states as follows, that a statutory instrument is any rule, order, regulation, directive, form, or any other instrument issued or made or established in the execution of a power conferred by or under an act of parliament. Mr. Speaker, this circular makes an attempt and purports to exercise some statutory power by evading this House and giving direction and creating offenses, Mr. Speaker, on issues that this House has pronounced itself. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention just a few sections, Mr. Speaker, of the law that it contravenes. No, Mr. Speaker, no, it's important for purpose of record, Mr. Speaker, lest we are assumed to have contravened. Mr. Speaker, Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely very clear. It states as follows. It says that submission of tenders, documents, whether in electronic or manual form, shall be in writing, signed, and in the case of manual submission, they shall be sealed in an envelope. Mr. Speaker, this is still law. This circular makes an attempt to outlaw this law by saying that manual tenders will not be allowed, neither will they be submitted, Mr. Speaker. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this is in contravention of Article 94 of the Constitution, which clearly says there is no person under the sun in the borders of the Republic of Kenya who has power to make anything that has a force of law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this circular makes an attempt to amend our law, which we passed in this House, to outlaw manual process and saying it is only the electronic process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution of this country is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Article 2 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, on the supremacy of this Constitution, it states as follows. This Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic of Kenya and binds all persons and all state organs at both levels of government. And the most important one, Mr. Speaker, is sub-article 2. No person may claim or exercise state authority except as authorized under this Constitution. And under this Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it also includes the laws that this House makes. So if you purport, Mr. Speaker, to exercise the authority of this Constitution without following the due process, that process, Mr. Speaker, is unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, this circular purports to enforce certain procedure, Mr. Speaker, and amend the law without public participation as required by Article 10 and Article 118 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the courts have made it absolutely clear, it's like day and night, that public participation is mandatory and it is important in every legislative making authority. And so, Mr. Speaker, if they wanted to exercise any legislative authority, they should have undertaken public participation to amend Section 77 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 27 on equality and freedom of discrimination. It states very clear, Mr. Speaker, that every person is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you enforce the electronic process, Mr. Speaker, we are aware some parts of this country do not have internet, Mr. Speaker. How do you want someone in Samburu, in outlying areas of Mandera, in Kerioval, Mr. Speaker, where there's no signal, for them to participate in tender process that is called EGPS, Mr. Speaker? In Tana River, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I want to say this as a former Director General of CCK. If it is true that the internet is across the country, why do they have Universal Service Obligation Fund, Mr. Speaker? That is intended to ensure that internet and telecommunication services reach all over the country. And that is the reason why it is there. It is recognized that telecommunication services are not available across the country, Mr. Speaker. So to make eGPS mandatory, Mr. Speaker, is to make it discriminatory to other Kenyans who do not have that service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PPRA makes an attempt to quote Article 227, which deals with fairness and equitable transparency, competitive and cost-effective. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of fairness, you cannot implement eGPS when you know other parts of this country cannot participate, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you are telling us that the Mama Mboga has to enter into a eGPS to supply mboga to schools, to supply cabbages to schools, to supply milk to schools. Mr. Speaker, is that even possible? Is that even possible that Mama Mboga, the so-called hustlers, do they have the capacity and competence to enter into that system, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this eGPS, Mr. Speaker, the purported circular, clearly contravenes the Statutory Instruments Act, Section 13 in its entirety. In its entirety, Mr. Speaker, there was no public participation. It was not brought to this House within 7 days. The Speaker has not committed it to the Committee on Delegated Legislation and all other parts of that Section 13 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, it is the submission of the Committee of Delegated Legislation that this House annuls in its entirety the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the eGPS by all public procuring entities, as Circular Number 4 of 2025 for contravening Section 27 and the Constitution and all other enabling laws. Mr. Speaker, I move and I request the Honorable, I want to request the Honorable Junet to second.
Mr. Speaker, this matter is very simple. Mr. Speaker, this is the easiest matter before the House because the law says, the law, not a circular, not regulations, not any letter of communication from any minister, the law. The law says that you are allowed to use electronic or manual procurement system. So if you want to tell the country to use only electronic system, the first thing you do is to change the law. You start from there. This circular is just a piece of paper. This one written by which ministry is that? This is just this is an opinion he is giving to the ministries. Because where there is a law, you cannot change the law by a circular. You can only change the law through parliament. And that's why I was saying in my earlier contribution that people don't know the powers we have. They will realize our power is slowly. Then they will realize these are the people who matter in this country. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, you know, this thing reminds me something. In last parliament, the governor of the central bank issued also a circular saying that people cannot deposit more than 1 million shillings without explanation or withdraw more than 1 million shillings from their accounts through a circular. So we came to the House here, we brought him to the House himself and told him, why don't you bring regulations so that we can pass it, so that it can have the force of law. The man left here, instead of bringing the regulations, he sent someone to court to injunct Parliament from doing their work. Even now, those people who are being asked questions in the banks when you're withdrawing over 1 million, you should just ignore them. There is no law that bars anybody from withdrawing. You don't have to explain anything to withdraw your money. So people are being taken as fools by the banks that they will tell you, can you fill this piece of paper to tell us where the money is going? Just write, the money is going to my house. and there's nothing they can do. But Mr. Speaker, this is a warning to the executive. This is a warning to the executive that the only entity, the only body the Constitution has given powers to make law is Parliament. No other person can do anything that will have force of law other than Parliament. So if you want to enforce anything, please bring it to Parliament. That is our work, that's our business, and that's why we are here. So this one should just be thrown out immediately, Mr. Speaker, with unanimous ayes, so that people can start procuring manually from tomorrow morning, or from midnight tonight, God willing. Mr. Speaker, I second.
I beg to second. Honorable members, order members on their feet, take your seat. Umulher. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 12, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, Circular number 04 of 2025, on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, EGPS, by all public procuring entities in contravention of Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 41412C, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 19th August 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House annuls in its entirety the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, published as Circular number 04 of 2025 for the following reasons. One, contravention of Articles 2, 1 and 2, 10, 27, 2, 94.5 and 227 of the Constitution relating to supremacy of the Constitution, the national values and principles of governance, including public participation, transparency and accountability, equality, including enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedoms, power to make provisions having the force of law, and contracting for goods or services with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. 2, contravention of Section 9 and 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, relating to the function of the authority, which do not extend to creating binding obligations and the recognition that tender submissions may be made either manual or electronic form. And 3, contravention of Section 2, 6, 11, 13, 22, and 24 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, relating to interpretation of a statutory instrument, submission of a regulatory impact statement on each statutory instrument, requirement for publication and tabling of a statutory instrument before Parliament, and exercise of powers in making statutory instruments. There are some members who have approached me saying they want to speak. Do I put the question? Yes. Is that the mood of the House? Yes. I now put the question that the Speaker now puts the question to order number 12. As members of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Aye. The ayes have it. Honorable members, order members at the back, take your seats. I have not put the question yet. Take your seats. Honorable Ngeno, take the nearest seat. Take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 12, which is that this House adopts the report. Order. That this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 04 of 2025 on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS. Order. Kwenya and your colleague, order. EGPS by all public procuring entities in contravention of Section 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 19th August 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House annuls in its entirety the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, published as circular number 04/2025 for the following reasons. 1, contravention of Articles 2(1) and 2, 10, 27(2), 94(5), and 227 of the Constitution, relating to supremacy of the Constitution, the national values and principles of governance, including public participation, transparency and accountability, equality, including enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedoms, power to make provisions having the force of law, and contracting for goods or services with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. 2, contravention of Section 9 and 77 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, relating to the function of the authority which do not extend to creating binding obligations and the recognition that tender submissions may be made in either manual or electronic form. And 3, contravention of Section 2, 6, 11, 13, 22, and 24 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, relating to interpretation of a statutory instrument, submission of a regulatory impact statement on each statutory instrument, requirement for publication and tabling of a statutory instrument before Parliament, and exercise of powers in making statutory instruments. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, can we now go to order number 13? Call out order 13. Clerk, call out order 13. Yeah? We're just taking it first. Honorable members, I had overlooked the fact that we had skipped statements. Let's clear statements first. Call out order 7. Order, members, order. Order. Honorable Wamboka. Order. Order, members. Order. Unfortunately, that authority is not shared. Call order 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Just Kambalu. Honorable member, order. Order, Honorable Kimilu, order. Order, members, take your seats. Order, members. Order. Order, Honorable Kimilu, you are getting disorderly. Order. Honorable members, unfortunately, that authority is not shared. It is the Speaker's authority. We have called out statements. Jess Kambalu. Jess Kambalu. If Jess Kambalu is not there.
I am.
Oh, go ahead.
With the order from the Speaker, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the delayed operationalization of administrative units gazetted within some Kambu sub-county in Kibwesi's constituency. Honorable Speaker, in 2017, the national government gazetted new administrative units in Makueni County with the aim of bringing government services closer to the people. Further, in 2024, additional administrative units were gazetted, which included
Order members, Jessica, hold on. Order members, allow the Honorable Member for Kibwesi East to prosecute her statement.
I move on, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Of course, I understand the House. Honorable Speaker, in 2017, the national government gazetted new administrative units in Makueni County with the aim of bringing government services closer to the people. Further, in 2024, additional administrative units were gazetted, which included 1 sub-county, 4 divisions, 28 locations, and 48 sub-locations spread across the county. Subsequently, on 11th March 2024, the then Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior and National Administration installed the first Deputy County Commissioner for Kambu Sub-County. Despite the installation of the Deputy County Commissioner, some administrative units in the sub-county are yet to be operationalized, thereby denying residents access to critical government services. As a result, many residents of Kambu Sub-County are forced to travel longer distances to access such services. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on 1, a report on the status of operationalization of the administrative units in Kambu Sub-County, particularly Nguata and Chulu divisions, Kavatini, Ndongoni, Zambani, Kadhekani, and Mutito locations, and Kikunduku, Dua, Maiku, Usalama, Adi Salama, and Kidhirulu sublocations so as to improve service delivery, address security concerns, and enhance equitable access to opportunities dependent on administrative units. 2, steps being taken to ensure that the Deputy County Commissioner and police officers within the administrative units in Kambu Sub-County are provided with vehicles, given that the vast size of the area, including posting of additional police officers and administrative officers. And 3, measures being taken to operationalize the gazetted administrative units in Kambu Sub-County and the timeline for their activation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by myself, Jessica Kambalu, CBS MP, the Member of Parliament for Kibwesi's constituency. I thank you.
Thank you, order members. Chairman, Administration and Internal Security Committee. Yes, the Honorable Tongyo. Go ahead. The Honorable Tongoyo, how long, and I hope you heard that question. Okay, how long do you need to respond to this? Give the Honorable Tongoyo the microphone. The Honorable Karoli, there's nothing out of order, and you know that very well. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I will respond to the question 1 week on resumption from recess. But I want to add, Honorable Speaker, you know, the issue of operationalization of several units across the country has been actually extensively addressed by the CS severally on several occasions, that all of it is a result of lack of funding. But nevertheless, I will respond 1 week on resumption from duty. I'm from recess.
Honorable Mombalu, you heard that 1 week after we resume from recess. The next statement is from the Honorable Edith Nyanze, if she's in the House. The Honorable Member for Kitui West. Is she in the House? Yeah, she's in the House. Go ahead.
Here. I'm here, Mr.
Order.
Speaker.
The Honorable Yugi. Clear space between. Correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to request for a statement regarding the provision of motor vehicles to national government administration offices in Kitui West constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to standing orders 44(2) Section C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, regarding the provision of functional motor vehicles to the National Police Service and the National Government Administration Offices, GAO, in Matinyani and Kitui West sub-counties. Honorable Speaker, the motor vehicle leasing program initiated in 2013 was designed to enhance the mobility of National Police Service and National Government Administration officers, thereby facilitating the effective provision of crucial security and administrative services. The program has progressively increased the availability of vehicles for police operations, resulting in quicker response times, improved visibility, and enhanced service delivery across the country. Honorable Speaker, despite the importance of this program, the Deputy County Commissioners for both Matinyani and Kitui West sub-counties, the only two sub-counties in Kitui West constituency, have been without functional vehicles since the expiry of the previous lease agreement in 2022. Regrettably, neighboring sub-counties within Kitui County have already received vehicles through renewed lease agreements. This discriminative consideration has created disparities in service delivery and resulted in delayed responses in security and administrative needs in the affected areas. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, the reasons for the delay in the delivery of motor vehicles and the renewal of motor vehicle leasing agreements for the National Government Administrative offices in Matinyani and Kitui West sub-counties, which have been forced to operate without functional vehicles since 2022. Number two, the steps being taken to provide the two sub-counties with motor vehicles, considering that sub-counties within Kitui West constituency have not received their vehicles. And number three, the measures put in place to ensure alternate means of transport are provided to the affected areas as the renewal of leases and provision of vehicles is being finalized. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Tungoyo, this is directed to you, and this is not an isolated question, Honorable Tungoyo. And this isn't about Kitui West, you know that?
Yeah.
This is a national issue, so we need to get a proper answer to this kind of statement. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as you had actually well put it, it is a question that keeps coming out every other time on the floor of this House. And I want to say, as the CS had actually informed the House last time he was here, there is a procurement process of being undertaken by the National Treasury to provide the motor vehicles for the NGAO, to include the NGAO, of course, the National Police Service. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, maybe 2 weeks on resumption, I can able to come with a comprehensive response.
Honorable members, the question asked by the member of Kiri West is a very important question. It's about motor vehicles for all offices in the country. And the chairman has said 2 weeks after recess, he'll bring a report. We hope he'll bring a report that helps to make the decision better. The member for Langata. Member for Langata. The member for Kaiti. What is the order, Honorable Tiende?
Point of order, just hold on. Mr. Speaker, we were all here when the substantive speaker made a declaration in terms of adjustment of this order paper. And the pronouncement was very clear that once we are done with order number 12, we come to order number 13. There has not been a subsequent adjustment of that one. So when now I see almost 8 questions lined up or another 8 for responses without that alterations, can we get guidance? Is that order vacated? Is order number 13 withdrawn? Or what is happening? Please give us very clear directions.
No. I don't need help on this matter. The speaker said that he and he only, he used those words, that order, that the job of organizing the order paper, as he did, is his job only, not yours. And his order. And I will follow his ruling on this matter. He ruled that we go back to order number 7 and left the seat when you're already in the middle of order number 7. We'll proceed that way. The member for Kaiti, go ahead. The member for Kaiti, go ahead. The member for Kaiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kaiti, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker.
The member for Kaiti, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I read my statement, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the statement I have here, Mr. Speaker, has taken by event because it was about the EGP. So, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you. The member for Isiolo South, the Honorable Tubi Bidu. The member for Isiolo South, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When is the time over?
The Honorable Tubi shall be heard. And he shall be heard, and he shall be heard in silence. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm good. Just a minute. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. But because of the pressure from my fellow colleagues, I would like to defer this question for next time. Thank you.
The order, members, you know, the trend you are setting will come back to bite you. The Honorable Tubi, order, the Honorable Tubi, go ahead, order, go ahead and withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Mr.
Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Go ahead and withdraw.
Yeah, I have said that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. But because of the demand from my fellow colleagues, I say let me defer this question.
You can only withdraw.
Thank you.
You can only withdraw, not defer. So go ahead and withdraw the question. So the question.
I'm not withdrawing. I'm deferring it for next time.
This question is marked as withdrawn, not deferred. Basically dropped. The next question is by the member for Nyandarua County, the Honorable Faith Gitau. Honorable Faith Gitau. The Honorable Faith Gitau. The next one is by the member for Luanda, the Honorable Dick Maungu. Give the mic to the Honorable Dick Maungu.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the board in the House and being in the same system, I wish to defer my question to a later date.
So the question is accordingly dropped. The next one, no order. We are on to the last question before I give you a point of order. The last question for today would be from the Honorable Abubakar Talib.
Where are you?
Yeah. I think they're basically bullying them. I don't think he's in. Maybe you can.
Yes, order. Order. Order.
Rally.
Honorable Kimilu. Order.
It's 2 minutes.
Order members. Order members. Osero. Order. Order members. Even some of members who are not known for any industry in this house are all of a sudden becoming picketers. We can't allow that in a house. Honorable members, even those who have said they defer the questions, there is no member who has any authority to defer a question. The questions can only be deferred on the authority of the speaker. You cannot stand there and say you defer your question. All questions that have been alleged to be deferred are dropped. Yes. Talib Abakari.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kimilu, I have known you to be a very decent member. If you continue being rowdy, you will constrain the speaker. You know, I hardly send members out of this house, and I don't want to do that. Some of you are young, your constituents are watching, your families are watching, the country is watching. It is disgraceful to be told to leave because you are being rowdy. Just maintain your cool. When you want to speak, seek the speaker's authority. I'll give you time to speak on any matter that is relevant to the House. Go on, Honorable Abakar Talib. Yes.
Protect me from Wanjala, Honorable.
Yes.
Speaker.
Not Tongoyo, Kokoyo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise on Standing Order 52, subsection M. Mr. Speaker, looking at the time, the session should end at 7 o'clock. And there might be a scheme to delay the business that we have before this House. So I wish to move a motion that can be moved without notice.
Take your seat. You are completely out of order. And what you are doing is you are casting aspersions on the Speaker. Because the Speaker presides over the proceedings of this House. The Speaker has been given authority by these standing orders to rearrange the order paper. When you say there's a scheme, who is scheming? Other than the Speaker, who is responsible for the order of business in the House. You are grossly out of order. If you are not a first timer, I would have sent you out. Because you are still on a learning curve. Bakar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw my question. Thank you.
Question dropped. Now we go to responses to questions. Defense, intelligence, and foreign relations. Respond to the question by Weitan Mohammed. Go ahead. Nelson, go ahead and respond.
I will not be long, just allow me 2 minutes, kindly. As a response to a request, it's an important issue that touches on Muslim members of parliament who are going to the Hajj, and I allow just 2 minutes to respond to it. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, the Honorable Member for Mandera East constituency, Honorable Hussein Weitan Mohammed MP, requested for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs regarding the management of the Hajj program in the country. The member specifically sought to be informed on the following areas. Number one, a report on the management of the Hajj program in Kenya, including a detailed account of 2025 Hajj session. Number two, measures being undertaken by the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to ensure the welfare of Kenyan pilgrims is protected, particularly on the failure by SUPKEM to provide essential services while charging exorbitant facilitation fees. And three, the long-term strategy to manage the Hajj program, including the establishment of a regulatory framework to anchor the program within the government agency, and oversight mechanisms to ensure the welfare of Kenyan pilgrims, including the cost effectiveness of the administration of the program and specific timelines for implementation of these particular reforms. Honorable Speaker, on the management of the Hajj program, the ministry reported that Hajj, one of the 5 pillars of Islam, is coordinated globally by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through its Ministry of Hajj Affairs and Umrah. In Kenya, participation is facilitated through accredited Hajj agencies, SUPKEM, and stakeholders. SUPKEM provides coordinated support services to pilgrims, including pre-departure education, registration support, liaison with Saudi authorities, health advisory, and compliance with administrative requirements. In 2025, a total of 4,500 Kenyan pilgrims participated in pilgrimage, up from 3,400 in 2024. Kenya's allocation remains at 10,000 pilgrims, although the Hajj mission has opted not to fully utilize this allocation. The introduction of the NASC platform on Masa wallet system in the 2025 pilgrimage significantly improved visa processing, financial transparency, and overall organization. However, challenges in transportation, accommodation, and on-site logistics support negatively impacted the pilgrim experience. Honorable Speaker, on the measures being taken to safeguard the welfare of Kenyan pilgrims, the ministry indicated that a dedicated Hajj team from the Kenyan Embassy in Riyadh and consulate in Jeddah is deployed annually to assist pilgrims in consular matters, emergencies, and liaison with Saudi authorities. Pre-departure medical checks and insurance requirements are enforced in coordination with the Ministry of Health. To address concerns raised in 2025 Hajj, the ministry has engaged SUPKEM to consider the reforms, which include, and I hope, Honorable Member, you're listening, I'll be very quick, transition to chartered flights for better scheduling and coordination with Saudi authorities, use of full capacity buses for direct transfers between sacred sites to reduce congestion, centralized accommodation with licensed providers to ensure quality standards, timely payments and secured fixed spaces, quarters to avoid disruption in Mina and Arafat, enhanced oversight of Hajj agents to curb inflated pricing and substandard services. And lastly, convening a structured meeting. For those Muslim honorable members who have come before me, the Vice Chair, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is convening a meeting. Honorable Vice Chair, Major Retired Bashir, who is my vice, will be part of that team, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and a team from Office of the President on convening a structured meeting between SUPKEM, Hajj agents, and Muslim leadership to resolve the recurring concerns. Honorable Speaker, so note that Honorable Major Bashir will be involved in that. On the long-term strategies for managing the Hajj program, the ministry noted that it does not have the mandate to regulate religious matters. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the ministry stated that it is keen to protecting the welfare, rights, and interests of Kenyans abroad and will continue to employ necessary measures to guarantee their safety in foreign countries as it continues to address the distress cases in Hajj through the numbers that have been listed here before me. And I will, when I table, you can check on the table office. I submit and thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Members, for listening.
Yes, Waitan. That was a response to your request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not satisfied with the answer or the response given by Foreign and Defense.
Ask the questions.
Yes. What I was asking is this. What have you done on the question I asked over SUPKEM's failure, to keep Kenyans the level that they deserve, just like other African countries, Tanzania, Uganda, Somalia, while Kenyans were taken to level 6, or zone 6 in other words, which is over 7 to 8 kilometers to the Jamarat. Jamarat is the stone throwing area. Those questions are not answered. The questions, the response seemed to be very shallow.
Do you throw stones or you stone the devil? Is it just throwing stones? You're stoning the devil? Yes. Yes, Mama Zamzam. Take note, Nelson, you'll respond after.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimemsikia mheshimiwa na majibu yake, lakini wale mahujaji hawatakuwa na furaha na uamuzi ambao umetoa, kwa sababu katika sheria zetu wamepewa haki kwa sababu ya mali yao kwenda kuhiji, na wametoa pesa ambayo ilikuwa inafaa iwe na wapa sehemu nzuri ya kufanya hija, sehemu nzuri ya kulala, lakini hawa SUPKEM ambao mnasema waje wakae chini na maagent, wenyewe wamekuwa maagent badala ya kufanya oversight. Kwa hiyo sioni kama hawa wakikaa pamoja kutakuwa na mwelekeo. Mimi naomba tu hawa mahujaji waache wenyewe wajipangie vitu vyao, watafute agent kivyao, waende wasafiri, wafanye hija yao, wakae mahali pazuri. Lakini ikiwa serikali pia wanasema hawawezi kuwasaidia kwa sababu ni religious matter, tukumbuke kuwa hawa ni Wakenya, wametoka Kenya. Chochote kikitoka kule, serikali ya kule ita communicate na Kenya. Kwa hiyo sisi tunaomba tu wangekuwa wamewapa mwelekeo mzuri badala ya kuwarushia tena kwenye SUPKEM ambao wamekuwa wakibadhiri pesa zao, hawajawaregeshea pesa ambazo walitoa na wakapata huduma mbaya, hawajafanya refund. Kwa hiyo sioni kama wakikaa watapata uamuzi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Farah Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, the situation of the Hajj for the Kenyan pilgrims is very pathetic. It is the worst in that place. Even a failed state like Somalia has got so much better than us. You cannot imagine. The Supreme Council, SUPKEM itself, has transformed itself into a money-making cartel where they extort millions of dollars. What used to cost $100 as a service now is $1,400 and something per person. They have collected millions of dollars, $8 million, $7 million, and they don't get the services at all. So you need to make a serious investigation. And 99% of the Kenyan population, Muslims today, are so disappointed with it. You will see the mood here in Parliament. Nobody supports it, including your Vice Chair, who is next to you there. So, Mr. Speaker, my plea, both the Chair and the Speaker, is that let this be taken as a national. We have a very good relationship with the countries in the Gulf states, and more so with Saudi Arabia. And we cannot allow our Kenyans to be mistreated the way they were mistreated this time around. So, Mr. Speaker, I want this chairman to make a serious investigations, involve members of parliament in here into this, and let's get to the bottom of this cartel, which is bleeding Kenyans and is literally very, very bad.
Yes, Sane. Give Honorable Sane the mic.
Mr. Speaker, briefly, SUPKEM is to supervise the exercise of Muslims on their fifth pillar of Islam, which is a very cardinal pillar. Mr. Speaker, there are registered agencies in this country. What is happening, SUPKEM has usurped their role. They are very corrupt, complacent, and they are the ones allocating visa allocations to companies. What is being asked by Honorable Weitan is that there is loss of faith on SUPKEM as an agency, and the chair should go back and engage SUPKEM that what they have been doing is not satisfactory. Kenyans have suffered in the exercise of a very fundamental pillar of Islam. Thank you.
Yes, Major Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I'm a member of the Committee of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, and of course, as a Vice Chair, thank you. And I understand the pain that members of the Islamic faith undergo when they go for Hajj. And the most important thing is that this is not a matter for really government to regulate, because Islamic issues cannot be regulated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When I heard the statement that was read by the chair, it says there must be a structured meeting between SUPKEM, which has been alleged, Hajj agents, and the Muslim leadership to convene. I think that is the best way forward that we need to engage. So instead of trying to tell, because I mean, this house has a number of religious entities. So the best way is that we convene a meeting between SUPKEM, Hajj agents, and the Muslim leadership, so that we come up with a structured way of handling Hajj way forward. Thank you.
Farah. Yes, Honorable Junet. Farah, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened keenly to the Vice Chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Mr. Speaker, by virtue of going to Saudi Arabia for Hajj, you don't lose your nationality. You still remain a Kenyan. And so you must get, that is why, one of the reasons why the Kenyan government has an embassy in the Saudi Arabia is to facilitate Kenyans who are going there. That's why they have even this government, I must appreciate them, because they even went and opened a consular general in Jeddah, near the Hajj place, so that Kenyans you can feel sick, you can become sick, you can die there. But you can't just say, call the SUPKEM, Hajj agents, and leadership of Muslims. They cannot agree on anything, you know. That is why government is in place, so that the government can tell them how to go and how to do things. I know you are a Hajj agent yourself, but don't bring your agency into this matter. If you are conflicted, there's a conflict of interest bill that is going to deal with you thoroughly. Yeah.
Farah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. This issue is not about Islamic religion. It's about the administrative aspect of the Hajj. As Honorable Junet said, the ministry has a role to play, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with my brother, Honorable Major. I want the committee to investigate this issue, call all the relevant departments or stakeholders to do a thorough investigation and come with a conclusive answers in this House. Mr. Speaker, what the chairman has read here is not a solution to the people who went to Hajj for the last several years. They have been suffering and they were tortured in a very bad way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Koech, just take your seat first. I listened to your response. I appreciate that you are reading what is written at the ministry. Even as the Speaker, I find it unsatisfactory. For the simple reason, and I can tell you for free, when I was foreign minister, and Farah can bear me witness, I dismantled the cartels that were swindling our pilgrims to Mecca. They were charging exorbitant resources and abandoning the pilgrims. A delegation saw your speaker in the chamber, and I was shown a contrast. Pilgrims from Tanzania are put in a level where they have beds, they have sanitary facilities, they have catering facilities. Pilgrims from Kenya are wriggling on the floor in a very awkward situation. And the people who go to Mecca, as our compatriots, don't lose their citizenship when they go there. They go there because we facilitate them to go. It's a religious duty for Muslims to go to Mecca, those who can. I would direct you to get back to the ministry, tell them that what they gave you is inadequate. We want you, if necessary, I'll send your committee to go to Jeddah and go to Riyadh and find out where these lapses are that are putting Kenya in a very awkward situation. You understand, Nelson? Give Nelson the... You probably have not had serious interaction and close interaction with the Muslim faith. I have, and I know.
I largely relied on my deputy, considering this is a religious matter, who is a Muslim and I'm a Christian. But listening to what members, the Muslim members here, and the few members who have spoken, there's a serious problem, evidently, that deals with management. And even if we were to have a meeting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for instance, with the leadership, I don't think it would make sense. So, like you rightfully instructed, I think it's imperative for my committee to now seriously consider this matter and call all the parties for a meeting. I think that will be the best thing to do. So I'll pursue it that way. I've also, before you take over, Honorable Speaker, I've been engaging with the mover of the Honorable Hussein, person who requested for this statement. I've engaged him extensively on this matter, and I've engaged the other Muslim members, and I think it's important, as you instructed, that now we go the direction that you've given. So most obliged, Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you. Honorable Gikaria. Gikarias, I think you are the questioner. Yes. So, Kareke?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to seek one guidance. Because, Mr. Speaker, we had very close interactions and engagement with the honorable members, because I have 7 statements to give this afternoon. We had engagement with the members who had sought the statement. Then subsequently, we invited the Cabinet Secretary and the entire team from the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, together with the members who had sought the statement, and we deliberated on the issues. And Mr. Speaker, I strongly want to believe out of all that, the respective members were satisfied with the responses which were given by the Cabinet Secretary. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking guidance on how to proceed.
Why did you let the statements be listed? Honorable Gikaria, did you have an engagement?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. We had an engagement at the committee, I think last week.
So,
yes, and the explanation that was given, maybe, Honorable Speaker, what you can do is also to go on record whether the statement can be tabled as something that you can refer to tomorrow.
I'll come to that.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. The next is Joshua Kandie. Are you in the same category? Go on record. Give Kandie the mic. Yes, Kandie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm waiting for the reply from the Ministry of Tourism.
Okay, Kareke, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give the response to a statement on the rampant cases of snake bites in Baringo County requested by the Honorable Joshua Kandie, MP, Member of Parliament for Baringo Central. Mr. Speaker, the statement sought the following concerns. The steps taken by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife to reinstate compensation for victims of snake bites, particularly in Baringo and other regions where such cases are rampant. Number two, the measures put in place or are being considered to provide interim relief to the affected families who suffer the loss of their beloved ones due to the snake bites. And finally, a report on the number of snake bite incidents leading to the fatalities or severe injuries that have been recorded in Baringo County. Mr. Speaker, on the first issue, on the step taken by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife to reinstate the compensation, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife has acknowledged the rampant snake bites, particularly in Baringo and other regions where cases are rampant. Compensations for snake bites victims in Kenya was officially discontinued following the miscellaneous amendment to the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, with the change taking effect from January 18, 2019. As a result, victims of snake bite are no longer eligible for the compensation under the current law. Mr. Speaker, on the measures put in place as being considered to provide interim relief, Mr. Speaker, KWS promoted response by attending to the affected families and communities to provide both practical and emotional support. KWS officers visit various families to offer condolences and counseling, recognizing the profound emotional impact that snake bite, that snake bite fatalities and injuries have on the victims. Mr. Speaker, on the other incident, since the beginning of 2024 to date, Mr. Speaker, Baringo County has responded to 42 cases of snake bite injuries and 3 deaths caused by the snake bites. Mr. Speaker, KWS promptly respond by attending to the affected families and communities to provide both practical and emotional support. KWS officers visit families to offer condolences and counseling. And finally, Mr. Speaker, KWS also often provide logistical assistance to the affected families, such as facilitating transportation for the deceased during the burial ceremony. Then, Mr. Speaker, the service also work closely with the County Health Department and other partners to ensure the victims receive prompt referral and treatment at equipped health centers. And finally, Mr. Speaker, KWS actively participate in raising awareness about the snake bite prevention and first aid with the communities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Kandie? Yes, Kibagende, what is it?
No.
Give Honorable Kibagende the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of order, Standing Order 52M, to move a motion without notice for the extension of sitting time so that we deal with on order number 13. And I would like to call the Honorable Member for Kajiado North to second me.
Order, you're out of order. Kandie, go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The answer from the ministry did not, the answer is not accurate because they did not offer any counseling. They attended the burial as case. Number two, they didn't offer any vehicle for transportation of the deceased, and the family had to hire a vehicle for themselves. So the answer from the ministry is inadequate, and the family is not happy with what the ministry is talking about. Secondly, Amos Jeburet Gimeres was bitten by the snake within their home compound and not grazing goats as per the report presented by the chairman. Secondly, the deceased left a very young family who depended on him solely. He was the only the only breadwinner, and therefore I don't see where even the ministry has not even talked about even compensating the family. So the answer is inadequate.
The answer is inadequate. Kareke, can you note that and engage the honorable member more?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I note the same, but I would also like to encourage, because the issues of snake bite are rampant. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the ministry is doing the review of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act. The same will be able to come here on the floor of the House. And if at all members feel that snake bites should be included as part of the animals whereby the compensation is supposed to be done, then I'm going to close the branch when we get there. But I will engage the member. We're also going to have a discussion with the ministry together with him so that we can be able to resolve the matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Marian Kaitany is not here, so that one is stayed. Victor Koech, did you engage with the chairman and the ministry?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I did.
And you are satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied with the responses that I was given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julius Taitumu. Yes, Kimelu. Kimelu, give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on order number 52, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want you to advise us, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, once you go to M, it says that motion for the extension of sitting time of the House without notice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing to request the extension of hours because of interest of number 13, Mr. Speaker, so that we can have time to extend up to 8, Mr. Speaker. And I request, Mr. Speaker.
I already ruled your colleague out of order. Take your seat.
Well,
take your seat. Honorable Victor Koech, you are suspended. Julius Taitumu is not in the House. Irene Mayaka is not in the House. Oh, she is. Irene, have you gotten your... Can you receive your response?
Yes.
Kareke, are you ready?
No, we engaged with the committee as well.
You engaged, that's all right. Yeah. You are satisfied. Honorable John Waluke is not in the House. That ends statement time. What is it, Honorable Joroke?
Mr. Speaker, I had wanted you to give directions, maybe not now. I had wanted you to give directions, Mr. Speaker, maybe not now, but understanding order number 1, as read with standing order number 40, on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, the order paper once settled is required to be published by the clerk. But understanding order 40, you retain the discretion to rearrange it. However, Mr. Speaker, understanding order 42, you can only rearrange it for the convenience of the House. In my understanding, business shall be disposed of in the sequence in which it appears in the order paper or in such other sequence as the Speaker may, for the convenience of the House, direct. Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to give this guidance maybe for the future, because this request for rearrangement was requested by the leader of majority. My understanding of the convenience of the House is like you usually ask, is that the mood of the House? And in this case, the mood of the House was not to rearrange. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg, not now, but in future, please give a proper interpretation of Standing Order 42 so that we are very clear at whose discretion we rearrange the order paper. Thank you.
Honorable Tendamol, I can read right through your mind. And I can assure you that what the Speaker has done is perfectly legal, is within the standing orders. And for members who have been shooting up, purporting to move motions to extend the sitting of the House, that's not how to run business. Even an informal motion like that requires the Speaker to approve. You cannot just sit there and say, I have moved a motion and so will second me. The House is not run like that. And it's good for you seniors like Otienda Molo to engage and tell your colleagues first-timers. Courtesy requires, for the longest I've been in this House, and as a first-timer I sat on this chair, you draft a handwritten motion, take it to the Speaker, he'll look at it, because you don't have to print it. If he approves it, then he tells you, go and move it. You don't just stand there as if we are at a marketplace and say, I want cabbages or I want eggs. We don't operate like that. Yes, Honorable Junet?
Yeah, we've been also around here for some time now. One of the most important issue in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is the time of sitting. And that issue must be taken very serious, because you cannot extend the time of sitting of Parliament just like that without the concurrence and the approval of the Speaker. And to some extent, we were told before, it may even require House Business Committee approval. But Mr. Speaker, now I'm requesting officially if we can go to order number 13, even as we are ready, for those who support it.
Thank you. We'll now go to honorable members. We still have order number 11, which I'll stay. I hope, Honorable Otienda Amolo, you have no challenge to that, because you can't have your cake and eat it. You'll now also challenge why I'm staying order number 11. Order number 11 is stayed. I'll now ask to call out order number 13.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on privatization of the Kenya Pipeline Company.
And jury, order members, order, and order Kimayo. Order, honorable members. That Kamkunji is illegal. Toto, you appear to be the center of attraction. Take your seat. Order, members. Honorable members, order. Kiborek, order. Take your seats. Honorable members, for guidance of our new colleagues in the House, even those like Kimilu who are purporting to move a motion to extend the sitting, a motion to extend the sitting of the House, first must be with the authority of the Speaker. Two, it must come at least 30 minutes before the House rises. You should read your standing orders properly. Before Shuria stands to move his motion, I have been requested by several members that the motion we passed at order number 12 requires an urgent follow-up by the implementation committee to ensure compliance. And I direct that it shall be so done. Yes, Shuria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Energy and the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on the consideration of the sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the proposed privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th August 2025, and 1. Approve sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, and 2. Make policy resolutions as contained in the schedule to the order paper. Honorable Speaker, at the outset, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to my co-chair, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy, for the spirit of collaboration and dedication.
Honorable Kimayo, that Kamkunji is unlawful. Can it be disbanded?
Dedication during the period of our joint engagement. I also wish to register my deepest gratitude to the diligent members of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee and the Departmental Committee on Energy for their unwavering commitment in examining the sessional paper before us culminating in the tabling of this report for our deliberation today. Honorable Speaker, the joint committees undertook a detailed review of the sessional paper and concluded that Kenya Pipeline Company Limited is indeed suitable for privatization. The company, being a strategic asset wholly owned by the government and therefore by the people of Kenya, is financially strong, well-positioned to deliver positive returns. Its privatization provides an opportunity to unlock net wealth transfer to Kenyans while simultaneously attracting foreign direct investment. The proposed privatization, Honorable Speaker, is expected to deliver multiple benefits to the company. It will avail long-term capital for infrastructure expansion and technological upgrades, attract foreign investment, generate new employment opportunities, and diversify investment risks. These gains will reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies, enhance corporate governance, and strengthen the company's capacity to meet rising domestic and regional energy demands. Importantly, it will broaden the government's revenue base without eroding private sector wealth. Honorable Speaker, Kenya continues to face a substantial fiscal deficit as we pursue critical development objectives. The privatization of KPC will support this agenda in two key ways. First, by raising an estimated Kenya shillings 100 billion to finance pressing unfunded expenditures. And second, by enhancing the financial performance and operational efficiency of Kenya Pipeline, thereby boosting profitability. This in turn will expand the tax base, increase corporate tax contribution, which reinforce government revenue collection in the long term. Honorable Speaker, this process also highlights the importance of integrating non-tax and non-debt financing mechanisms, such as privatization and public-private partnership, into our broader fiscal strategy. Such instruments, when aligned with coherent policy, can optimize resource mobilization and deliver long-term economic benefits. Honorable Speaker, the government currently owns 100% of Kenya Pipeline Company and proposes to privatize not more than 65% of its shareholding, retaining at least 35% under state control. This approach broadens ownership while safeguarding national interests. The committee emphasizes the importance of preventing excessive concentration of shares in a few hands in order to preserve broad-based ownership, enhance market competitiveness, and protect national and energy security. Further, Honorable Speaker, Kenya has the right market conditions to undertake this IPO, a stable macroeconomic environment, strong performance at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, adequate capital depth, and transparent regulatory framework in the capital markets and energy sectors. These conditions provide the confidence required for credible and successful listing. The choice of an IPO, Honorable Speaker, as opposed to other methods, ensures transparency and inclusivity. It expands citizen ownership of a strategic national asset, strengthens corporate governance, diversifies investment opportunities, and enhances Kenya Pipeline's access to capital. However, Honorable Speaker, the committee is conscious that privatization also carries costs and risks, and that Kenya's privatization history. However, Honorable Speaker, the committee is conscious that privatization also carries costs and risks, and that Kenya's privatization history has seen both successes, such as Safaricom, KenGen, and KCB, and notable failures like Mumias. These lessons underscore that privatization must be approached cautiously, case by case, and that government has an ongoing responsibility to regulate and nurture privatized entities in order to safeguard public interest well beyond the transaction itself. Honorable Speaker, stakeholder engagement is paramount. Employees and other key groups must be considered in the ownership structures to safeguard their perspectives while ensuring that new management retains flexibility to innovate, enhance efficiency, and align with international standards. Honorable Speaker, the committee further recommends the strengthening of communication and marketing strategies for the IPO, including public roadshows and use of multiple media platforms to ensure Kenyans fully understand the opportunities and risks, and to broaden participation across large, small, and diaspora investors alike. Finally, Honorable Speaker, inclusive ownership requires affordable financing. We therefore recommend active engagement with SACCOs, commercial banks, to provide financing mechanism that will empower ordinary Kenyans to participate in this IPO, thus promoting equitable ownership and ensuring that benefits of privatization are widely shared. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, privatization is not an end in itself, but a means to a greater economic vision. With the right policies, safeguards, and oversight, this process will not only strengthen Kenya Pipeline Company, but also advance Kenya's broader economic, physical, and social development agenda. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable David Gikaria, Chair of the Energy Committee, to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I arise to second the adoption of the joint report on matters to do with the public debt, privatization of Kenya Pipeline. Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the National Debt and Privatization Committee has indicated, we had a very elaborative consultation and engagement with various stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, and to the fact that we met Treasury, the Ministry of Energy, and 8 different stakeholders in the petroleum sector. And I want to admit, Honorable Speaker, that all of them did support the sale of this because of a very, very obvious reason. One, Honorable Speaker, is that during our budget public participation, it was alluded to the fact that we will be raising 149 billion shillings through privatization, out of which, Honorable Speaker, 100 billion was going to be realized from the sale of Kenya Pipeline Company, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there were issues which were raised, particularly, and we were satisfied that the sessional paper number 2 of 2025 fully complied with the Privatization Act in its entirety in all the aspects, Honorable Speaker. And I want to admit that some of the issues that were raised were about the workers' union on regard the employment and loss of job opportunities. And Honorable Speaker, it was agreed that the workers are assured that no job losses will be envisaged. Secondly, there was an issue as to whether the petroleum tariffs will be increased by bringing in a private investment. And Honorable Speaker, it was confirmed that EPRA will continue in its mandate and responsibility of regulating the petroleum prices in the market. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to go deeper into the details, and I want to admit that it is indeed important for us Honorable Speaker, it is, Honorable Speaker, the proposal seeks to privatize 65% of the government shareholding in KPC through the initial public offer. This, Honorable Speaker, the government will be retaining 35% to safeguard the strategic control. Honorable Speaker, as it has been indicated, the objective is to raise, Honorable Speaker, approximately 100 billion, Honorable Speaker, which will go to finance the 2025 to 2026 budget and reduce the debt reliance and broaden citizen participation in one of the nation's most strategic enterprises. Honorable Speaker, our committee did find KPC to be financially sound and strategically important institution that plays a central role in petroleum transport and storage in Kenya and the wider East African region. Honorable Speaker, the Nairobi Security Exchange is currently robust with sufficient depth, liquidity, and investor appetite to absorb the transaction of this magnitude. Honorable Speaker, Kenya regulatory framework in both the energy and capital market sectors is strong enough to guarantee transparent, fairness, and protection of investors' interest. Honorable Speaker, the committee made several recommendations. First, that the House approves the privatization of KPC through an IPO in which government will retain 35% of the stake. Second, that, yes, Honorable Speaker, that this indeed is a very important privatization. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Order, honorable members. I'll now propose the question. Take your seats, Kainan. Lisa Chelule, take your seat. Yes. Order.
Point
Yes.
of, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very important matter for our country. So I want to be given good time for debate, Mr. Speaker. We want to share with Kenyans. We want to share with Kenyans what we know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is, Mr. Speaker, protect me, Mr. Speaker. Protect me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must be given, Mr. Speaker, I am entitled.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker,
He's on a point of order.
I was sent here, Mr. Speaker, there are fools here who are just shouting at me. I don't want to say that.
Order.
You're a fool, Bana.
Honorable Junet, withdraw the use of the word fools.
I withdraw.
Order.
Bana, stop shouting at me, Bana.
Order, Honorable Junet. Order. Honorable Junet. Order. Withdraw the use of the word fools against your colleague. Junet, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the word fools. But Mr. Speaker, I am entitled to be given time to debate. Mr. Speaker, it's my constitutional right.
Take your seats. Honorable members, I'll propose the question at order number 13, which is that this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Energy and Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on the consideration of the sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the proposed privatization of the Kenya Pipeline Company, KPC Limited, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th August 2025, and 1, approves sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company, KPC Limited, and 2, makes policy resolution as contained in the schedule to the order paper. Order, honorable members, will you be upstanding? Order, members, will you be upstanding? Order, honorable members. It is not order. Order, members. It is now 7 p.m. This House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 23rd September 2025 at 2:30 p.m.